I'm not sure.
Inaonekana kama ni zile movie za DJ yako.
Tuko live on YouTube.
Niandike ile karatasi moja ya Tanzania. Ile maneno.
We are live on YouTube, I think.
Right now.
Ndio namwambia inakaa kama ni zile movie za.
You have your video on YouTube. Do you know that? My meeting.
I was testing the live stream yesterday.
And then it was
Mbona inachukua baadaye? Naona wamepita kitambo sasa hizi ndio wame.
Sasa mashine ndio kwa i7 ingekuwa inachapa instant.
Sinaona wanapita sasa hivi. Naambia
it's down by.
the THF, the Let's see. And you said disorganized.
Alim.
Okay?
Alim.
Hapo from Apa yang begitu? Apa yang begitu? Mungkin di nani kan? Mungkin di nani? Ini semua. Itu nama. Itu nani ni? Hadi ferry. Hadi ferry. Hawezi panda mount.
Stop.
How is it? How stable is it? How safe is it?
You
On
don't,
such a
you
highway? On such a highway, no. How much do they charge?
100 bob.
No,
Yeah,
you're lying.
it's true. When you go on the road, they pick someone else. Considering kutoka hapa
From here.
Hii itanisaidia kidogo na hizi commitment kama kule kupata space. Kama mtu jina lake halimo hapa kajazo kwenye plan tume hapa plan hapa kwenye plan tunaendelea kujaza kama hawa KRA watatu tumejaza mmoja lakini majina mengine hatuna kwa wale wawili wataweza kusema
Ukingoja hawa he's doing. Just saw him as if he's on it. But this is that he's reading as if he's on it.
The cable that you said they have the HDMI.
Nimekuta ame interconnect pale.
So
Yeah.
when it comes to my time to renew, what do I do?
When it comes from your time to do the presentation, what I would suggest is you join the meeting. There's an option you can join the meeting via Zoom, the link. Then I can be able to give you. Basically, you know where you can be able to share your screen.
Via Zoom,
Yeah.
Actually, I've never shared a Zoom. I never got into a
It's
point
very
where
simple.
I need to.
Today is the day. Yeah. So what you do once you join the meeting, then I'll see you here. Yeah.
And then you give me rights to.
Yeah, I just give you rights to share your screen,
Okay.
and then you can just like if your laptop is fully charged, you can even do it from.
Or from wherever
Yeah.
you are.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. I just need to basically allow you to do it. Yeah.
Actually, it might even be good to. Because I think that is the best place to record the
To do it.
and
Yeah.
then guys.
So, that's okay. Okay.
When you're close to that, I think we'll do it.
No sound. Okay. Sir. Ndani. We are live on YouTube.
So behind the what do you call it? A camera or what?
Oh yes.
It's a camera. Not a
One.
webcam.
Yeah, we are live on YouTube. What of what? What online?
Nobody is streaming.
The only two calling and Philip Otio.
Less tension for me. I hope tomorrow nobody comes so that nobody gets to see my presentation on the video.
Why? Why not? Why not? We want to see it.
I don't feel like being here. Just hope.
Get. Come back to the moment.
You're telling me about tuk tuk. That story was more interesting. So where do you pick the tuk tuk from here?
Yes.
All the way to Mombasa.
Yeah, paka wanashika.
I've never taken it. Yeah. Straight.
40.
And then
And then from there.
you pay 100.
No. From there.
Mileage imekuwa zero, inaanza leo, tujue leo umezungukaje.
Honorable PS Departmental Susie is also again our chief guest today, our key partner in this event today. The guest is not just a guest, but his partner. Then I want also to acknowledge the presence of the manager of this model, where we mediate our level. That appear to acknowledge the presence of an executive officer, the talking matters and strategies. We're very happy.
It's already started. What I need you to do is to join the meeting.
Key partner, vegetarian, want to acknowledge and appreciate discussing the community relations manager. Also to acknowledge the presence of the Yoga Frontier, the National Coordinator of Energy Efficiency. So I want to request all of us to stand up so that we can be able to go through to play the national anthem, the African anthem. Then we get started with our program. Quality. So today is the day that we have been waiting. Madini, Mazingira, na Ustawi wa Jamii annual conference, exhibition, and excursions. Events that we are having. When we started our partnership with Best Italian, we ran annual business roundtable events because as an organization, our focus is economic empowerment of our youth and women to maximize on the opportunities that the extractive sector is presenting. However, every single year, we hear major mining conferences in Nairobi. Tens of people are sponsored to attend these conferences in Nairobi. And then we started asking our partners ourselves, if Kwale County is the host of the major, and then we the ones to be hosting the conferences in mining. How come every year we don't have a single large mining conference here in Kwale? Yet we are the largest mining, we are hosting the largest mining company in Kenya. And our answer, we're beginning to get the answers now. A lot of times, there's a lot of push and pull with my colleague here, Mr. Fuse. He thinks every day, I have to call him, I have to send him an email, and he thinks it's too much a day. But still, we have to do this. And this is a local initiative. This is not an initiative that based in Kenya Proto, but this is an initiative that Uma Initiative as a community organization Proto and submitted a proposal to base in Kenya with us. Let us back to the base in Kenya. We are having this event because we believe we can bring visitors to Kwale because our environment has something unique. And bringing visitors is everything about tourism. True or false? Dr. Kizia. The way, Dr. Kizia, I have to introduce you. I'm sorry, I don't know protocol of the government, and I'm sorry. But Dr. Kizia, please stand up. Dr. Kizia, I was introduced to Dr. Kizia by the PS in an online meeting version. Then later on, she was able to come during the launch of the Baraja platform at Leopard Beach. But now, we have become so close to the Kizia that even many times I go to Nairobi to the ministry and I don't get the chance to meet the peers. Everything I do eat with Dr. Kizia. Tafadhali tumkaribisheni Dr. Kizia kwa makofi. moja ukweli, today's event is going to be successful because of a lot of things that have done. These are the people who run this event today. We are here, so many things that we have done because of what the support that these two people have given us. I'm very humbled, and I say, and if I know that it is here, that it has done so much for us, that means that is a something to the PS. And the PS we came to the ministry and funds. Then I left. So now in the ministry of you just people getting me, you never know. So it's like the ministry of foreign affairs. And everything may end up hanging. But I'm glad to say we are doing a lot of things. I go to the ministry, I feel at home. We just recognize with those two people have been very resourceful. So we have talked about many people interested to visit this event because they want to learn about mining, because they want to see the technology. Others are interested to look at the environmental processes. Others are interested to learn about the community development projects that implemented. Others are interested to see how government implemented or domesticated by the county. And everything put together gives us something, a reason to come up with this conference. We visit, we exhibit, and everything comes out successfully. So, in this whole thing that we're doing, it's supposed to contribute further to the economic empowerment of the Kwale people, with a major focus on our youth and women, and of course the general population. But then it should also be able to extend further to support, to benefit other counties who are either expecting to have mining projects or who have other activities. Now, Kwale, we have the potential of mining resources, but also we have the world's Diani Beach destination. Then we can be able to combine. If today we are able to bring visitors from Nairobi to come here to learn, to see, to benefit, to visit mining, then tomorrow we should be able to have visitors from East African countries. We should be able to have visitors from other parts of the world, and that will promote both our mining sector and our tourism sector. That's why we have this Madini and excursions. Today, we'll have a presentation on local contents. There's a draft local content bill by the national government. And there's also the Mining Act 2016 and Mining Regulations 2016. The Mining Act and Mining Regulations are already in operation. And Kwale County is pioneering the implementation of those regulations. So we believe other people can come and learn from us. That's why today we have a presentation on local content, because there's a bill coming on local content. But many counties are interested, many communities are interested to know how they can maximize opportunities from the extractive sector. Are our SMEs benefiting from the value chain opportunities in the mining sector? Are our SMEs better prepared to benefit more from the next mining event, because we have still other mineral resources that we look forward to exploiting in the future? Last time, it was the time of COVID-19. So every year we'll be able to take students from the universities to the mine site to spend a night there, and then go to the port, 2 days visit the mine site. Every year we do that, sponsored by the city. Then, even before COVID-19, we had a discussion with Colin Fox and the community department and Dr. Melba and Mr. Pius that the community should take over the tour guide facilitation at the mine, because right now it's being done by the community department. So for us, we thought, looking at what else can our people do to earn an income? What else can our people do to change their lives from these big projects around here? So we said, this project can be done by our youth. They show tour guides at the mine. So our request was, let's have our youth from around here learn everything about these places within the mine, and then those they can organize at a fee to charge students. They can come here at the hotel and market that they have something that the tourists here can be able to go and see at the mine and charge a fee. So that was a discussion we had, and we were almost implementing it until when COVID-19 knocked. So, looking at the mine and what it is providing, looking at the educational institutions that they have students who want to visit the universities, looking at government officers who are interested to go and learn, looking at development partners, talk about USAID, talk about UNDP, then we'll be able to organize custom tours for all this at a fee. And then these youth will be the ones doing the guiding, and then we'll also be able to earn money. That contributes to local content maximization. And that supports the tourism aspects. But not limited to our students in schools, colleges, and the government officers, but the visitors who come to the hotel. So then, if we enter into a partnership with the tourism sector, and we have the chance to market, the guests can be able to take them. We are sure maybe every week we can get a number of visitors from Jamii, from Leopard, from Leisure who would be willing to go and visit that place and pay some money. That's how we are integrating the issue of mining in Kwale and tourism, wild tourism destination to create opportunities that empower the local community. So COVID-19 knocked, and our own trip of taking our own students was cancelled. We couldn't take them for the students' trip. So then we had to think about developing the virtual platforms. That is how Bestetenium ended up sponsoring us to establish the Faraja Safaris bookings and events online platform, which was launched by the PS Safina Kwekwe at Leopard Beach last year. Now, that platform is a platform that allows us and the community to be able to engage in partnership with the tourism sector, property sector, and the extractive sector to be able to create events, to create tours, to book facilities at a commission that's supposed to continue empowering the community. At the moment, we have benefited last year at Leopard Beach and this year here at this institution. For this institution, the hotel extended to us a 20% discount for people who spend the night here. And that's exactly what we were looking for when we established the Faraja Safaris, events, bookings, and destination and everything else. First, you do business with other businesses, and then you earn something. So then the youth, we would challenge them to market the facilities that if something else, then the income generated can also support their economic empowerment. The exhibition component. The exhibition component also is another platform that supports the SMEs. Number one, sell their own products, they can build networks. Number two, institutions, companies, government departments can also be able to hire those facilities, those exhibition stores that contribute to the economic empowerment of the local community. So somebody was asking me, I can't have the conference, why are you insisting on the exhibition? I told them the exhibition has to start because we want to build on the exhibition. So it has to start. And I'm happy for Jamii College. I'm happy Tourism Regulation Authority. You guys have supported this program by being able to buy space, to be able to feature your initiatives. And we are hoping that in future we can grow that component. If somebody is asking themselves, what will be our assignments from here with these people? Number one, these are community, a local community initiative. It's not a government initiative. Number two, this is not a base titanium initiative. This is a local community initiative. My initiative group working with youth and women in Kwale County to build this kind of events, and we want to build it to reach a global, a world-class status. So, interested to know what can we do with the Kenya Conventions Coordination. Is it Kenya Conventions Bureau, correct? Kenya National Convention Bureau. How do we double expand this? We have our next event. By the way, this was a 2019 event. So our next event should be coming on December 2021. Because this one is not for 2025. So we are interested in December because December is a holiday month. So we don't want to miss the December month because December is a holiday month. And we are targeting that those government officers that will be coming, those representatives of corporates, institutions, when they come for this event, they can also be able to enjoy the different destinations we have. So we are combining that. And that's why we don't want to lose the December month for this event. So then, how do we work together going forward to make sure tomorrow or during the next event, we will have many participants, a bigger event, and a more successful event, working together with you. That is one thing that we need to achieve in these 2 days event. Something else that we developed during the COVID-19 with regard to the issues of events. Now that we want to be an event and safaris organizing organization, again welcomed us to do a survey and submit a proposal on post-mining rehabilitation and ecotourism initiative that also integrates youth and women economic empowerment. So during COVID-19, I was able to meet the manager, community relations, Mr. Pius, and also the manager environment, Mr. Nick. Then when we submitted our proposal, they told us, you need to do a bigger proposal So because you have COVID restrictions, go get yourself your COVID-19 certificate, come back, we shall facilitate you to move around, and then submit your proposal. That's how we ended up submitting the Mukurumuzi Ecotourism Camp and Adventures. Mesitanium is already in the process of rehabilitating places that they exhausted mining activities. They are looking forward to extension of their licenses, but at some point, the whole thing is going to close down. And that place has to be rehabilitated. There are so many interests about what should happen there, but you're also being very proactive that everything that you want to do, we know Hala Park is a good project, but Hala Park is not owned by the community. We want to have a better concept of a project at BTL that the community owns or benefits from. That's how we ended up developing the Mukurumuzi Ecotourism Camp and Adventures. The presentation about that will be done tomorrow. But just like the same way that at BTL, for example, we have the project of the Moringa project that is already ongoing there. We believe between now and December, we can start something small. We don't have to wait because other people are already, I know there's a Moringa research project that has been allocated at some land, and that project is ongoing. Now, many times when people have cried that we were asleep, our land was taken. We were asleep, the hotels in Jamii were taken. We were asleep, this and that was taken. We don't have a DC, we don't have a DO, we don't have that and that. Now, Mr. Pius, and I know you're a community member, and I know you're our partner, but always I have to remind you that this round, we don't want you to sleep, we want you to be awake. So that ng'ombe ikigawanywa na sisi pia tupate mahindi, si mkuu, si mkia, nataka pia sisi tupate mahindi. That place where we have the promoted down, maybe it should be possible by December. We can put a structure there. We don't have to start the whole thing, just a structure that the Kwale youth and women can be proud of. And I know it is your biggest interest to have that, but also we have a process that needs to be followed. And all the partners that have come today, so that they understand exactly what we want to do. We are still at the concept level. There are quite a number of stages to happen. For instance, if we want to bring ostriches at Pesitania, we need to understand what kind of vegetation we should plant. So if the rehabilitation of central region has already started, we can't wait. So we need to be able to, at the design level of the rehabilitation process, which grass are we planting that will support this kind of animals? This has to happen now. So ukisema unangoja ukija kukuta pepano mbaazi, alafu sisi tutapeleka wapi? So the Ministry of Tourism, KWS, we welcome you to strengthen this voice we have. We already have a lot of goodwill from Pesitania, but you always understand, all of us know success doesn't come just like that. There are always so many hurdles to pass to deliver a goal. I believe this has got its own resources. I believe the Ministry of Tourism and our agencies and partners can be able to also leverage on what we have to be able to assist us move forward. And we believe the concept that we have developed for share ownership will be able to drive that agenda forward. So I'm trying to explain the expectations of this conference, so that those who have come and would wish to know or to discuss partnership areas with us, we can start preparing so that we engage in the partnership areas. The Ministry of Tourism, quite a number of people really expected to visit Pesitania on Saturday during the discussions. I already shared with the both Mr. Pius and Colin Fox about the intention to bring a team of experts from what we have proposed and what is available. And then we see how we can discuss plans to move that forward. But then, for now, no one enters BCL without a COVID-19 certificate. We are not able to provide that now, but I believe after this event, we will discuss the PS. Maybe later on, we can still facilitate that visit from the Ministry of Tourism and KWS. Watuambie usiji wao wanazaliwa wapi, ukitaka COVID unaenda kuchukua wapi, dawa zake ni zipi, matibabu ni yapi, kama tumedevelop hiyo first implementation, ile ambayo tumekubaliana tunaanza nayo inaenda vipi. We really want to start that first small, start the first, so that we can be able to do something. So I don't have much time. These presentations will take place tomorrow, but today, already, no matter what happens or doesn't happen from here, already is a big success. The desired partner with the hotel sector is working out very well. Right now, whatever we are having here today, we have been treated as a community organization. So then, ile mambo ya kuwa watu wetu wanaona hawana uhusiano na hotel sector tunaondoka. Na uhusiano wa biashara. Manake sasa, if you can be able to get people to pay delegates fee, they pay. If you can have people willing to pay exhibition, they pay. And the hotel has extended some generosity to you so that you can be able to benefit. That's the kind of relationship we want to create for investor community friendship. So I want to thank so much Madam Pierce from the launch at Leverage to where we are today is a big step forward. I will end my speech there and I will welcome Bwana Hamis Mandaro to welcome us in Diani. He is the manager, municipal manager of Uganda. Okay.
Madam, yes. Kimwana vile anasema ni madam wangu. Kwa sababu we've been together the last 5 years akiwa ni waziri wangu wa nguvu katika ile ministry ya trade. Viongozi ambao wote tumefika hapa. My name is Hamisi Omar Mwangaro. I'm the municipal manager at Diani. Before saying everything, I would like to also show where Diani starts and where it ends. Diani municipality starts from Mazingira. For those who are living in those areas of Wa, Kombani, Chiwi, you are within Diani municipality. It's taking the whole Wa location, Chiwi location, then the Diani itself as a location, and then Kinondo as a location. Put forward this message because the base is within our area of jurisdiction. Hivyo hiyo land ambayo iko hapo ndugu yangu ameigusia hata sisi tuko na mipango nayo ni kubwa tu. So let me also take this opportunity to thank very much our initiative for this organizing this conference together with the Base Titanium. This is the best way to communicate to our people, our brothers and sisters, to push them at least. Ile mambo ya kungojea kama alivyosema mwenzangu, it's a long-run issue. We have to be proactive, and I'm seeing Oma is showing the way. Kwa hiyo asante sana Oma initiative, na pia nimesikia vile Madam PS wa tourism, hiyo sekta yote, the way you have partner there and the daktari there. This shows how Oma is growing, and it has quite a number of partners. And as municipal, because this is a tourist town, municipality actually is together with you 100%. Mimi ninajua nikaribishe tu, nasema karibuni ndugu zangu. Welcome to this very nice town of ours, the best beach in Africa. But we don't want to sit down before commenting on a few things. The challenges that we are facing currently. Not unajua kando na hii mambo ya COVID ambayo imeaffect tourism sana tu. Pia hapo nyuma ulikuwa depending on these foreign tourists from abroad, have also become a problem of our areas. And the best thing we can do is now to promote local tourism, kama rais wetu Hussein nafikiri hiyo ameipigia pondo sana. Kuna areas nyingine katika hii town, kwa sababu nasema hii kwa sababu base is not permanent. Currently our economy is being held by Base Titanium. There's a lot of circulation of money from base here, but actually base is temporary. Ile mambo wanafanya pale, wanachimba, wanamaliza na wataenda. Then we'll be left like that. And if we are not going to be to create other avenues of economy here, then we'll be I don't know what we are going to be, but we'll be very much poor. Ile graph itadorora, itakwenda chini tu. Kwa hivyo kuna issues ambazo naziona lazima tuziangalie to make sure that the tourism inapanda. Mambo najua sitaki kukufundisha kwa sababu wewe unajua mengi, lakini hii sehemu yetu hivi sasa ile experience nimepata ni kwamba huwezi kuweka events. Mambo ya kuita wasanii hapa, watu wanaweka makelele, na it is been facing a lot of challenge. Na ni kwamba we not organize ourselves properly, kwamba tumededicate an area ambayo ni ya kufanya hizo events zetu, hata tukiita wale musicians wakubwa na events nyingine. We had earmarked a place ambayo it's our cultural area, ambayo ni ya hapa Congo. This side kuna upande wa msikiti, I think we have around 18 acres, and the other side we have over 25 acres ambayo inaingiliana na hiyo kaya chini. But as we speak, there are people who are putting up fences there. The place is actually It was gazetted as Kaya, but these guys, I don't know how powerful they are. The county has tried its level best. We are still struggling kupitia kwa gavana wetu Ustawi na petition imepelekwa kule kwa commissioner wa lands na lile jopo la mashamba walikuwa likiongozwa na wasi wazuri lands commission. Kwa hivyo we need also our brothers and sisters, because sometimes, you know, it's not about the legal way of moving. You also need to make noise. When let us come together. We talk about this. I know we'll be discussing a lot about this, but it's a high time that we shout it out so that whoever is ready can release that area. Ile ni sehemu ambayo tukisema tunatengeza Madina yetu, hata Mombasa they will not go to Madina. It's a very beautiful area. We can have a place of our own. Na wageni watakuja kwa wingi. My brother has also touched about the base area. Whatever they are proposing, that is very good. Sure, we are going to be working one. And KWS, I know there is Gogoni forest there. Hiyo Gogoni forest can also be part ya hiyo, kwa sababu pale unaweza kufanya kama ni wanyama nini wanaweza kufugika pale. I believe we can promote this area nicely. Nimeongea pia mara nyingi na ndugu yangu chairman wa CDA na mwana amekaa kule nyuma Bwana Mshenga Ruga. To be very frank, we need also to promote sports tourism in this area. Wenzetu wanaweka pesa, wanatengeza pesa. I was Kakamega, nimeona yule kubara amejenga stadium. Nafikiri watu watacheza mpira kote Kenya nzima. I think that will be the number one. It's one of the best. Sasa zile pesa zetu, zile kidogo tunapata kwa CBA, kichanganya na wengine investors, the land is there. We can put up a very big thing here that can promote sports tourism, which I'm sure our youth are going to be very happy. Watapromote hiyo sector, pengine waende majuu watuletee pesa mingi zaidi katika hii sehemu yetu. Sitaki niongee sana. Madam na ndugu zangu, karibuni sana. Welcome to Jamii. Jamii is for us all. Whoever has an input, anything. Usingoje ukae useme Mwandaro ni afanye hivi na hivi na hivi. Please, this is ours. Let us put our heads together. You are welcome in my office. Let us put our heads together to make sure that our place inakuja juu. Sindio? Kwa hivyo, kwa hayo marefu, nasema tena karibuni ndugu zangu. Feel at home, feel with us. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
Naomba nichukue partner wetu, mfadhili wetu wa muda mrefu aweze kutupatia maneno ya kutia moyo zaidi. Bwana Pius.
Thank you, Bwana Ali. Madam Pius, Director, meza kuu, mabibi na mabwana. Amjambo. I believe right now is not my time. I have a presentation this afternoon. a 1 hour presentation, which will actually create a lot of comments, questions, and interaction. But what Ali has said, by the way, you've succeeded. I was not actually expecting this turnout and the way things are happening. And yeah, you actually mentioned and commented Great Italian a lot and also invoked the name of Pius and Nick. But I believe we are here because you are real pusher. He's, I don't know, whenever he comes to your office with PS, Madam PS, initially I was trying to avoid him. He would actually come and I would refer him to my juniors or my senior. Either way. But he kept on clinging to my clothes. Mpaka tukafanya urafiki kidogo. But here we are, kwa sababu ya huo msukumo. And yeah, I can see why they can actually go places because we've already started. It's the beginning. And I believe even those major conferences in Nairobi, and I've actually attended several, started like just like this. And maybe they were, even initially, they were quite small. But where we are, where we've become, and where we are heading, if we remain focused, we will actually reach that place. And I like also the comment that, yes, basic time is here, mining for a certain period, because, yes, the depletion of the resource will actually occur, supplement. But now, we need to have activities which can actually live for long and also benefit people. And that's why in my presentation, people should actually be keen on what I'm actually be presenting, and also my colleagues, I believe Maxon, Nick will actually be joining us. How are these presentations which we will be doing? What is this project which is going to be left behind? Maybe after 4 years or 10 years or even next year, because the current SNL, special mining, which is licensed by the government, we will actually be completing that section by next year, or end of next year. If we get SNL variation, yes, it will lengthen the life of the mine, but a time will reach whereby, yes, wood tutasema huu ndio mwisho wa uchimbaji. And that is when Ali and his team will actually be shining. Alafu waendeleza hapo. Otherwise, tunapenda sana. Asante.
Tunaongeza makofi bwana Minister. Thank you very much, Bwana Manager. Nitachukua fursa hii nimwalike the coordinator of the Kenya National Bureau of Convention, so that the regional mining officer will also take the opportunity to welcome the PS.
Good morning, Madam PS, dignitaries, VIPs, colleagues from the ministry agencies, community. I love when I see women and youth working together, because I know that is where communities gather their strength from. So congratulations, Ali, I have heard a lot about you, and now I see and can prove why this is going to be a big project. From the National Convention Bureau, first let me talk to you about who we are. This is a new, relatively new agency, parastatal, formed under the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. Madam PS is the head or the chair of our organization. She's my boss, I head that organization, and our mandate is to promote Kenya and develop Kenya for meetings, incentives, conferences, conventions, events, exhibitions, all those business meetings to come to Kenya. Number one, by growing our own homegrown events, such as this, and we don't lack strengths as a country. If you look at countries like South Africa, they have one big annual mining conference. In fact, they call it the mining Indaba. Indaba ni kama baraza. So I see the future, because Kwale is a home of mining in Kenya, of having our own mining baraza in Kwale, because this is where we can showcase what mining is, what it has done to our community, what it has done to our environment, and what we have learned as a community, and we can share with the world. So feel encouraged, Uma. You are on the right footing, and we come in very excited to be able to support you. As a government agency, we have 3 key roles. Number one, as we increase the number of business events or to deliver events that are impactful, we will be bidding for meetings, we will be ensuring that we have an identity or a strength in each area and support people in that region to build their own events. We will also capacity building the sector, professionalizing the meetings industry, so that when you have an event like this and you want to grow it to become an international mining baraza, there are things that you must put in place. You must do it professionally as a conference organizer. You must have the relevant facilities that are unique to this region. Si lazima tuwe kwa room kama hii. We can do it out there, somewhere in a nice, innovative outdoor venue, to bring in the ambience and the culture and the nature of this area. So those are things that we have a role to do in order to professionalize this sector and be able to also develop the relevant standards and certifications needed in the meeting sector. You see, when ni jua kali, tunafanya mikutano zetu kijua kali. No, when you have a delegate coming from Australia, those that are used to huge mining programs, they come here and they will find Kenya a competitive destination. So those are areas, Annie, that we are going to be working with you. One of my colleagues is here, Sophie, and she will stay till the end so that you can engage and identify areas of cooperation. I was very excited to see that there was a plan to visit the mine, and I will definitely come back for that. Because as you develop that destination, I'm calling it destination because it is a destination. It has its own uniqueness. Let us think about sustainability, the environment, and how it is survive for a long time. Things that you're able to live for generations. Your children, your grandchildren, people will be proud to say this is something that has benefited us as host communities sustainably. The other thing, of course, is to ensure that the legacy that base titanium leaves in that region is positive. This is a company, it's a global company that has its own CSR strategies, but they must align with what works for us as a local people. So that is an area, as local host communities, as UMA, you need to really take cognizance of, so that what is left there works for us as a community. And it is customized in a way that puts Kwale in a competitive positioning. Events or meetings or conferences world over is big business. It is a $1 trillion economy worldwide. But Africa only takes 3%. of the global meetings industry. Na kwa hiyo 3% ya Africa, Kenya's share is only 6.5%. Kenya's share of that 3% is only 6.5%. Kuna wengine, Egypt, South Africa, Morocco, big time, they do huge events. They do big events that bring the world to their areas. That is what we want to work on as Convention Bureau, to be able to position Kenya to get market share growth in this potential industry. So as you start this exhibition today, Ali, I want to encourage all of you that many others around the world were started just like this. The one I was talking to you about in South Africa that brings thousands was started 27 years ago. So you're on the right footing and we will hold your hand. When you look at a destination that can do well in business tourism or MICE, we call it MICE. MICE standing for meetings, incentives, conventions, exhibitions, and events. For a destination to do well or to thrive in MICE, there are 5 key things that must be there so that the destination can do well. I'll mention this very, very quickly, just so that you have that in mind as you look at events and meetings and exhibitions. Number 1, accessibility. Accessibility at Wapapane is not bad. We have access, we have an airport which there are plans for expansion. There is ease of infrastructure development. The road network is definitely improving with all the bypasses that you have, you're aware of. Other things such as safety and security, because when you go for a business meeting, like you're here at this conference, you want to be sure that you're in a good place. You will get out after your conference and go to the beach. You want to walk safely. Somewhere you will go to a shop or to the market and interact with local people. So that must be there in a destination to succeed. The other thing, of course, is the quality. Number 1 of facilities and number 2 of service. We are not short of good service provision as Kenyans. We are known for hospitality. And the coastal people are extremely friendly people who are able to welcome guests and be able to showcase their uniqueness. And then, of course, this industry relies or depends a lot on how market economies are doing. You will not see meetings or conferences kama uchumi hauendi vizuri. If the economy is not thriving, it is difficult to have business meetings. Because people go for a business meeting to discuss business issues. You're either looking at strategies, you're testing some policies, you're testing or sharing trends in a certain area. So there must be things happening. So our own homegrown economies and the sectors such as mining can support a conference like this because we have that strength. So we want to see and sit and digest really what we can showcase for Pale. And as we move to post base titanium, that area, how do we position the area as a business and a destination? Of course, for leisure, Jamii is Africa's #1 beach for many years, and we know it. And we can only grow by focusing on this new sort of tourism, the business traveler. People who are coming here, even school children, universities, researchers, to come and see how we rehabilitated this place and what we put in after this mining. And also to learn about technologies. There's going to be a lot of technology transfer from this company to locals and to local companies. That is something that we can invite the world and be able to showcase. So I will not talk too much. I will let my PS, who is my boss, speak on behalf of the bigger picture of tourism. But for the MICE sector or the events or the meeting sector, to see Numa as we talk about what happens post base titanium rehabilitation. Thank you very much.
Jamii, tuongeze makofi. We are new very strong partner with us. Makofi mengine tafadhali. Thank you very much. Bwana Frederick Wafula, wewe ndio macho ya waziri wa mining hapa, na kuomba tafadhali uweze kutusalimia, tupe mawili machache yenye busara, baadaye umkaribishe PS kwa Safina kwetu.
Madam PS, distinguished guests, and myself, I'm also very much privileged today to be here with you, and more so, very much privileged again to be sharing a podium with Madam PS. I know Madam PS, we worked with you. When I was, anyway, I'm a geologist by profession, but now with the titles, I mean, I'm the regional mining officer. Okay, for the first time I worked with Madam when she was the CEC trade, and when you see her like this, she's a mover and a tough lady. I used to remember the times of Madini. So she's one person who puts hands on. Kwa hivyo Bwana Ali, najua as a ministry, what I can say, right now the extractive sector is playing a very key role in nearly all the sectors, because the extractive sector is supporting right away when you talk of industrialization, when we talk of even health. Why do I say so? Industrialization. Kwale is well endowed with all the industrial minerals. Like what the base is doing, they are mining the industrial minerals. Part of it which is supporting the industrialization sector. Part of it is also used in the housing for the issue of paints, the way we are, when you look around the decorations and more others. Well, also when we talk of in agriculture seemingly those who come from Kwale, you realize that we have what calls culture here. The byproducts they are calling, they are supporting in agriculture production, as well as being acting as food for the livestock. When we talk of housing, of course, you can see where we are seated. It's just about extraction. What I would like also to look here is that Kwale is a very well designated place, and bear in mind now, like with the kind of improvement of the infrastructure, the roads, and this one has led to so many interested partners who are coming, who are showing willingness to invest in our beautiful county. And therefore, what does that one mean to Uma? You've started in advance. As much as people come to do benchmarking for best titanium, let other regions now come to do the benchmarking for Uma in Kwale. That is the spirit we should be having now, and the discussion we should be focusing. We are there to show you more opportunities and introduce you to more partners. You realize that even in Shimoni, we are about to get the board. That board means what? More investors coming. And when more investors come, more conferences. Kwale is endowed with a number of minerals, nearly in all, ranging from the gemstones down there in Kinango, Kuranze, and in neighbor with our Taita County, but it is in the same region. University of Saffron, those good gemstones, people go finding Bangkok. And so, as a ministry, we can, there is what the project that came in for fire addition in the region, and that's why it was centered in Voi for easy accessibility for fire addition, so that at least you can get for the minerals you are trying to achieve. But again, in the enactment of the Mining Act 2016 and the other regulations following the CDN and 2017, I believe this is common, this is the public, and I'm very much pleased that in some way, sub-county, Lunga sub-county, we have the constituted and they are rolling. So I'll urge Ali to move and work across those fields so that they are also factored in their programs. As much as we talk about the CDF, but the CDF, at least 1%. Is it at least 1%? Yeah, they say at least. You never know in the near future, it will be 2. So, we are having those opportunities. And therefore, this one should be an eye opener to all of us in the city. Interactions and our bosses here already keep her waiting to give us the good speech or the good wisdom we need here for us to realize the dream we are looking at after this, during this conference and of course this conference. I'll take this time to welcome Madam. Yes, welcome.
Thank you very much, colleague from the mining sector. My initiative, colleagues from the Presbyterian, colleagues from ministry, colleagues from the Women Initiative stakeholder group, Mr. Hamis, our manager, the municipal municipality of Jamii, all the communities that work with, committees and committees that work with the Presbyterian in everyday endeavors. And ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everybody. First of all, allow me to just say that I'm here and I'm privileged to be with colleagues from my state departments. One of has already spoken and introduced herself, Jacinta Ndioka, as the CEO of the Commercial Commission Bureau. But we have a bigger team too. Dr. Kezia is our deputy director at the ministry. She will also introduce their lead, but we also have the CEO of the Research Institute, David Tonga. Is all the research and data and information that informs decision. David is in charge of that. I think we also have colleagues from the Jamii College, probably the administration stand. We also have the tourism and authority. You'll find them on the division stand. Is TRA here? Yes, TRA, those are from the TRA, that is the regulator for the industry. We have TF, Tourism Fund, wonderful. Those ones are the ones who collect levy from hospitality establishment. TRA, they are outside, I believe. Oh, TRA is one, yeah, TRA is already here, sorry. Here you see, this is Pignatari College. Yeah, there's Madam from the Pignatari College. Who else is here? Sorry, so that, and then Kenya Tourism Board, there you are, Kenya Tourism Board, they're the ones who market us as a destination. What else? Where is she? Dressed the way you are, I forget you. You look so different from the way you look in Nairobi. You told me you're going to see me and mzee wa kaya. But ladies and gentlemen, it's really a real pleasure to be here today. And I know it has been a journey and a labor of love. It's not only you who was abased by Ali. I met Ali when I was still in the county government, and he would come to the office, and he would come with very many ideas. And he would, I mean, if you give him an opportunity, he can speak the whole day. He would come and say, idea this, idea that, idea this, idea that. And for me, I was amazed because every time he comes, he asks me, okay, how many of the ideas that you're studying on? And I'm looking at him and saying, well, yeah. But now seeing our year has become our wow moment. This is our wow moment because it's a journey that was worth traveling. And the people who worked with you, I'm sure they're very proud of yourself, of you, and I'm sure you're also proud of yourself. So I'm really very honored to be here today. This is an annual conference that I am truly grateful to be part of. It's the first time I think, and if I engage with you on such a conference, I never possible to what it was. Now it's when I know what the Mazingira conference is all about. So I've had earlier interactions with yourselves, with my initiative group, where we shared your vision for the people of Kwale because your passion and your drive is about community engagement and people of Kwale, how they can engage with multinationals like Mediterranean, particularly on matters that matter to them as a community. And I'm proud to be part of this initiative as we continue to learn more in this conference. I know each of you and the organizations will find a fitting place and an area of interest to pursue with Uma. And as UIG, I know you've gone through a journey, as I said from the beginning, and this journey is now unfolding into pleasant results. And a lot has gone into the organization of this conference, and everybody who has in one way or the other contributed to the organization, to the, even to the conceptualization, your own participation and being present here. I want to commend each one of you. As I've introduced them, CEOs and my staff who support us in making Kenya the preferred destination for tourism and for business travel. And we want to support this initiative and learn how communities, like has been demonstrated by the of companies like the Basic Kenya Limited, to benefit livelihoods. Yesterday we were celebrating the World Wildlife Day, and it's literally the theme was forests and livelihoods, sustaining people and planet. And I could see the direct linkage with what we are doing today and the aspiration of the UIG and vegetarian partnership. So BTL has been a supporter of community development and has already made successes with the vulnerable groups in Kwale County. They will, I'm sure, we've been promised that they'll be able to talk about themselves and how they can continue to do that in the remaining time that they are with us, because extractives are finite. They expire. They have an end, but our aspirations are infinite, and therefore we'll be able to hear more, even as vegetarian, as the deposits of titanium are diminishing. We want to see that converted into a more empowered community because of the investment and because of the time that BTM has here with us. as a Minister of Tourism and Wildlife, we would like to see how we can be part of the development of the tourism site at the Great Titanium mine, because that's our business. Various ideas have come up and really explored, including the Mukurubuzi ecosystem camp and adventures. And the idea that is very, very innovative. It's an idea that I'm sure if it comes to fruition, it will change the entire landscape of the offering that Kwale County and Diani, the destination, has to offer much as tourism. It will also be very beneficial if the technical team from the ministry, and that's the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife, and the SAGA has visited the site, and we have already discussed this with Ali, that we have to be compliant on matters of COVID for us to be able to visit the site, and that is a very good thing. In fact, I on the matter of protocol, because we are working tirelessly as a destination to prove to the world that we mean business. We talk about COVID protocols. So actors like BTL, I want to commend you for remaining vigilant on matters of the protocols. Everybody should be doing that because COVID is here with us and it is our new normal. So we must learn how to live with it, but we cannot relax. When this site is developed, it will be an addition to the tourism product around Kwale that can drive numbers to this area, because we want to see more traffic coming to Kwale, and I commend those who have worked towards organizing this conference once again. So during the pandemic period, which we still are in, there's need for different thinking, which will lead to different solutions, and I'm hoping that the ideas discussed here will lead us to become part of the solutions we are seeking for. Our solutions come in diversification, our solutions come in wholesome experiences, our solutions will come from synergies, building synergies and collaborations. Our solutions will come from how we can harness environment sustainably for livelihoods. And I'm glad that the youth of Kwale County have come together to become part of the solution of the many problems we face currently. As a county, but also as a country. And this initiative of Faraja Destination and the Tijara online market, and truly because it was in, I think it was in November thereabout, November or October, officially. And it was a very difficult time at that time because it was a time when COVID was at highest. It was November or October. November. Okay. I just recovered from COVID. Yeah. And it was a very difficult time because it was a time when there was everywhere there's doom, dull, and doom. Then Tijara online platform and destination just became the sunshine, you know? And so these initiatives, apart from empowerment, they will serve to grow the community closer and become more integrated. And as the Minister of Tourism and Wildlife, we have during this COVID-19 to help the industry of tourism to stay afloat. We have we rolled out an economic stimulus plan, and yesterday we managed to award our first beneficiaries. Here in the coast, we managed to give out 350 million yesterday. We opened up the window of applications for the coast destination, that is the Taita Taveta, all the way to the second time, and that lapsed yesterday, on the 3rd of March. We opened it on 2nd of February. The 3rd of March is a 1-month application window. So we anticipate a second phase to support our businesses in the tourism industry. So yesterday we gave the 350 million, and this is out the government towards a recovery of the tourism sector. But we are also currently developing our tourism recovery strategy, which is being led by Victoria, David. And this is emergencies. We've had emergencies before. We had terrorism. We had that led to advisories. But then COVID came and it became a global pandemic and a global emergency, and we were caught unaware. And now is the time for us to be able to be better prepared, and that's why we are having the tourism recovery strategy, which is a long-term overview of how to react when emergencies strike. And also we are reviewing the tourism policy. Our policy is a very old document, really. It's a 1960-something document. We did a little surgery to it in 2010. It didn't really cure, the challenges that this industry is facing. So we are now at the tail end of concluding our tourism policy. And I know some of you have that. So the third department of tourism will support you, and I mean you, all of you collectively, UIG, BTL, the communities that work with BTL as committees, and everybody of goodwill. And we want to offer you for free technical assistance, for free link you up with experts and development partners, and for free become your friend. We look forward to actualizing this. So I want to acknowledge the role that UIG and BTL you are playing in this county, because this is my home. That there are people who come here with no hidden agenda other than just to, of course, to bring power and alleviate poverty in communities. So at the policy level, we are committed to creating enabling laws and regulations, and after the policy is done, the next will be to amend the law, because then the law brings to life the policy, and that will guide the sector and empower the youth and other vulnerable groups. And the third part of tourism remains open to the private sector in respect to our any representation that we like to make to improve tourism, investment, and trade. And we have a very strong, we are trying to build a strong private sector constituency in tourism. We have the Kenya Tourism Federation, which is the umbrella board of all actors in the private sector on the ecosystem and value chain of tourism. So tour operators, travel agents, conservancies, and of course hotels and caterers, restaurants and entertainment joints, all these and the entire adventure, events within adventure, culture, etc. We have an ecosystem in the private sector that supports that, and we want to work with them to make them strong and that they can influence policy and influence action in matters tourism. So once again, allow me to thank you for the good work that you've done so far, and Ali, I must say this to you individually first and then collectively to the UIG. And this is the first step of a long journey ahead, and together we shall succeed. And every idea is a good idea until a better one comes up. And currently, this is a good idea. So I don't know that a better will come up, but until then, let's make this one. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
Let's go to the piece, please. Thank you very much. I understand Kitui County, you and the director, Ms. Raisa, will be happy to share with you what we have. Very happy. Taarifa County, very glad to see you. Thank you very much. Karibuni sana. We also have Nairobi County, which will be joining, and Kiambu County, which will be joining. We're looking forward to exchanging ideas to be able to to have very constructive engagement. So now we shall have our first break. We'll go out. We will visit the exhibition area. We'll be able to have our tea. We also have local youth who will do traditional dance. Our visitors, please enjoy. Madam Guest, can we tufanye tour ya exhibition, tupate chai, tupate pia kitumbuizo. Wale wa traditional dance,
Yes.
How they can utilize facility after.
So, but the
Local content need the staff to actually give the individual staff. The mosquito dam that actually support watu wako katika maisha wamekubali if it was
mambo sekta. Kikazi, that is kikazi, kuna zile pesa ambazo kampuni zinalipa kama royalty kwa communities na kwa government, na kuna zile ujuzi ambazo wale ambao wanaweza kufanya kazi kwa hizi kampuni wanaweza kupata, na hiyo ujuzi unaweza saidia hata after baada ya migodi kufungwa. Kuna zile ujuzi ambazo wanaweza kuzitumia kwa sekta zingine. Na kwa upande mwingine, hii sekta iko na madhara yake, na madhara yake ni mengi, hatutazungumzia, lakini I think kwa mara nyingi mmesikia kuna madhara ya sekta, na wale ambao wako kule Msambweni wameona yale madhara ambayo yanaweza fanyika hata kwa maji, miti, mimea. So swali ambalo tunajiuliza tukianza ni wanawake wanahusishwa kiasi kikamilifu. Tunajua kwamba wanawake wako karibu nusu kwa nusu na wanaume, kwa hivyo inaonekana kuwa kwa yale mambo yoyote ambayo yanatendeka kwa jamii, kwa serikali, ni kama tunafaa kugawana nusu kwa nusu, wanawake na wanaume. Lakini unapata kwa hii sekta wanawake wako bado chini sana, na wanawake ndio ambao wakati madhara yanatokea kwa hizi kampuni, kama ni pollution, kama ni mimea kutomea, kama hata ni watu kwanza kuwa wagonjwa, kina mama ndio ambao wanapata shida zaidi kushinda wanaume. Na unapata kwamba wanawake wako tayari, ukiwauliza wao wanasema wako tayari kuhusishwa kwa hii sekta, kwa sababu wanajua kuna faida ambazo zinatokana na kushughulika na mambo ya mining. Na kule kwingi ambao tunaweza kuona madhara mengi yakitokea ama shida mingi ambao wanawake wanaweza kupitia ni katika sekta ya ASM, kama kule Taita Taveta. Kuna shida mingi, tutazipitia zote hapa, lakini kuna shida mingi sana ambazo wanaweza kuzipitia na hazijaweza kutatuliwa. Kuna mbinu ambazo na mipango ambazo zinaweza kuwekwa na mashirika za kijamii kujaribu kuwasaidia, lakini bado kuna shida mingi ambazo zinaendelea kukua. Ndio sababu mashirika mengine kama Awake, na naona sasa umma tumeweza kujua kwamba kuna zile mipango na mikakati ambayo mnajaribu wanawake ili kuweza kuwawezesha waweze kujikimu, waweze kujizungumzia na waweze kuona ni wapi ambapo opportunities zipo. Katika ile migodi wakati unaenda kama kule Taita Taveta, ni shughuli gani ambazo unapata wanawake wanafanya? Mara nyingi zile kazi ambazo wanaume wanaona hizi ndio zinawafaa. Wanawake ni kama hawaruhusiwi kuweza kuingia ndani ya migodi. Mwisho wakati kwa masoko, wakati madini yanauzwa, kina mama wanaweka mahali hapa katikati. Kazi yao tu ni maybe kuvunja mawe, kufanya sorting, kupika chakula karibu na migodi, kutransport some materials. Na ingine pia ni kuna sehemu zingine ambazo kina mama na kina dada au wadogo wanajipata wanajihusisha na hii sex trade ambayo ni shida kubwa sana. So ni wanawake wachache sana ambao wamefaidika ile sana. Hata ukitembea ukiuliza, hata wale ambao wanaonekana ni kama wameweza kutoboa kidogo, wanakwambia shida ambazo wanazipitia ni nyingi, na ukiweza compare na zile shida ambazo wanaume wanapitia, wanawake bado shida zao zinakaa kuwa mingi. This is just an observation by a World Bank official who said women usually reinvest a much higher part of their earnings in the families and communities than men. So they're able to spread the wealth creating a positive impact on future development. If you give a woman 100 shillings, vis-a-vis giving a man 100 shillings, the woman is most likely to use that 100 shillings effectively. So it's usually very advisable to place resources in the hands of women. The more reason why, even in this sector, when you look at communities like Taveta, where the poverty levels are really quite high, despite the development of that sector, the women who have been able to participate, or rather, the men who are in that space, mining, who are able to even transfer the benefits that they get monetarily to their wives, the wives do magic with the money. I think that is uncontestable. Ni ngumu sana mtu anaweza sema kina mama hawajui kuchunga pesa. Kina mama wanajua kuchunga pesa kwa sababu wanajali maslahi ya jamii, familia zao zaidi kuliko wanaume. Another observation, somebody saying it's trying to see women involved in the actual giving of oaths. They are essentially barred from any activity that involves the first contact. So wanawake ni kama hawaruhusiwi kuwa kwa migodi na hawaruhusiwi kuwa kule mwisho kwa masoko. Wanakuwa tu mahali hapa katikati. Na huko mwisho, hizo mwisho mbili, hizo pembe mbili, hapo ndio somebody from Matacha, a female miner, said that they believe that the gemstones that they mine are everything to her. They feed her, and to her, they are very valuable. So they've never actually been in that sector than any other sector. Ukiuliza kwanza wale mama ambao wameweza kuona faida za hii sekta ya madini, wanakwambia mimi hata kama kuna zile shida ambazo tunazipitia kule kwa migodi, kwa uuzaji, mimi bado nataka kuwa kwa hii sekta. Kwa sababu nikienda sekta nyingine kama nianze kufanya ukulima, sitapata ile faida kama ambayo naipata hivi sasa. Kwa hiyo tukijua hayo, hivyo ndio wanawake wanafikiria ambao wako kwa hii sekta ya madini, tunafaa kutafuta mbinu ambazo zinaweza kuwasaidia ndio waendelee kufaidika zaidi. So lengo kuu vile tulisema ni kuweza kuelewa shida ambazo wanawake wanapitia na vile zinatatuliwa. Na huu kutatuliwa kutatoka kwa kina mama wenyewe na sehemu zingine. Kwa sababu tunasema suluhu inatoka kwa nyinyi wenyewe ambao mko na hizo shida. So tunaweza kuona kwamba katika ile value chain ya mining, wanawake sana sana wanapatikana hapa katikati kwa processing na beneficiation. Ukiangalia hii diagram nzuri utaona kwamba kule mwanzo prospecting and exploration, kwa mining, kwa processing, beneficiation and marketing, wanawake wanapatikana sana sana katika hii sehemu ya processing. Tulianza kuangazia sekta ya kule Turkana na tukaona kwamba sana sana kina mama wanahusishwa kwa mambo ya supplies kwa kampuni ya mafuta kule kule, na waliweza kuhamasishwa, waliweza kuhusishwa kwa sababu walipita ile kelele. It was not actually very easy for them to participate because initially the leadership, the men in society, the business community, there were so many interests that were barring the women from participating. And because the women there, actually compared to many other parts of the country, the women in Turkana, the literacy levels are so low, such that they don't even know what is happening. So the men usually take advantage and run with the opportunities that come with it. And what they've been doing in Turkana, what the participation of women in Turkana was mainly on employment, supply of stuff, cleaning services, security services from extent, transport services, supply of plant consumables. We're not seeing here the more sophisticated things that maybe other, like men-owned companies would supply, like machinery, like transport and such kind of services. So we put more focus on the ASM sector in Taveta. where the second place has a lot of people from within the community, a lot of people. And that is like 30-40% of those are women. But as we say, they participate in only mostly around one area of their. The average earning of a miner in Nigeria is around 50,000 per month. That is average, which is not very bad on this part of the country. And the challenges that some of the women are facing, of course, is, they have to double up doing the business at the mine sites or the selling of the gemstones, as well as taking care of the home. So those competing interests are things that maybe the men also do not face, so they have an advantage over the women. So the nature of the sector, as you know it, it's still informal. The country, from the mining, after the enactment of the Mining Act in 2016, of course, there is formalization. People getting land business to be able to get the licenses. There are a lot of issues around land. I think these have been even reported in the news, and a lot of secrecy, especially in the marketing of the gemstones. So in this secrecy of the gemstones, women find themselves in that space and they are not able to really to do much. Value addition, which is what we normally push for, kule kuongeza thamani kwa zile madini ambayo yanaweza kuchimbwa. Women are getting more opportunities in mining oil and gas. Women were actually smart enough, and also by the efforts of organizations like Awake and others from way back, not just Awake, but they realized that they needed to form community-based organizations or circles for them to be they are gaining advantages. So you will find that almost everybody in most women have actually formed themselves into groups, which is a good thing. As the center that was being set up in Voi is still yet to be operational, but it's a step in the right direction in terms of ensuring that women to mine. Market access has been the biggest challenge yet, because much of what is mined in this country in the ASM sector, it's only a very small percentage of it that is actually imported and goes through the formal system. Much of it is smuggled out. So even the selling, the value that the women will get from the minerals is not really, cannot be ascertained. And even just getting the license, it's difficult for somebody to get as much as 350,000 to be able to get an export license and also benefit in that way. Some of the things that organizations are trying to push for. The county government strike a bit. They have very gemologists to be able to train them on how to understand gemstones, which might help them to be able to value their own minerals before they sell them. So an initiative between the External Mining Association and Africa Social Finance Center is one of an example that we need to actually sort of push for. Coming together to source for markets, have like a systematic way of looking for a market for the gemstones instead of going through the long range of middlemen. Skills that we found to be there, the skills are still very low. They don't have tools. They're doing things by hand. People are in their flip-flops, such as slippers in the mine sites. And even getting information on things to do and how to do it, you can access right now. If you have a mobile phone, you can access Google. But most women might not have that access because you need like a smartphone or a computer to be able to access the internet. So it becomes such a challenge. You mentioned about the gemologies by the county governments. But then again, in terms of financial management, the women hoping, we were hopeful that they could coming together as circles is going to help them develop those skills of financial management, how to they keep, because for you to go to a bank and ask for capital, that is a loan, they want to see how you organize in terms of how you manage yourself, how does your back office look like. A big challenge that we also found is the access to finance itself, because most banks are not ready to really have an interaction with the mining sector. They are afraid because they don't really understand the sector. Because as you know, for you to get a loan, you need some kind of guarantee. You need maybe to give a little aid or something to show that you're going to pay back. So different banks, I think these are the banks that we're able to speak to, and if you're looking through their expressions, you could tell that most of them are actually afraid to engage with the mining sector. Yeah. One is saying, be able to understand how the sector operates, then we might actually, it's very risky, so we're ready, but you need to understand more. So they keep saying that over and over. And the county government at some point considered maybe trying to be able to help them get those guarantees. So land access is a big problem. As you know, the new Mining Act states that of course you need to have a land lease for you to be able to get a license to operate, even as an ISM. So it's a problem because women predominantly don't own land as compared to the men. Very important. These are from international organizations mainly, but which is unfortunate. But we hope that we had local organizations that are able to come together and help women in accessing, for instance, capital, in them being able to organize themselves to run as an institution or as a company or as a circle, or even to access the markets, have skills, be equipped and all that. So what is listed there is just a lot of global initiatives that have been around trying to support women in this regard. But we don't have like local organizations, local like Safaricom, for instance, I'm a KCB, I'm a Kenya Boys, which can actually help themselves to get help. In conclusion, we could say that women earn more, and they believe that they are going to earn more from the sector as opposed to other sectors. They even have high expectations that the county government is going to support them, as well as the civil society, such as Women and Away. The women are ready to get capital. They want loans, but they cannot really access it. They want to access the markets, just like what they hear about. And then we hope that strategic partnerships amongst organizations, both local and international, if they came together, they should be able to help these women. So in terms of yale mapendekezo ambayo tunaweza kuwa nayo for government, of course the women miners needs to be trained. We need to have the companies like Basic and just I think Basic has really tried in terms of their initiatives that they are put in place to be able to support the women groups that want to participate in the sector. Marketing channels need to be formalized and open and honest. We spoke about, I think this you might, maybe when you have a discussion, just talk about the revolving fund for women to be able to access it. That is very important. Other government departments like MSCEA, which should be able to help locals, especially women groups and women who want to participate in the sector, to have skills on value addition for the minerals. For the companies, they have gender inclusive procurement policies, but they might not really fully implement them. That's what we found. There are certain other partnerships that have been observed, like in Turkana, where the company like the Basic General, for instance, will put some money that they give to the women maybe to have that capital to be able to supply them, and then as they get the tenders from the company, they can be able to recoup back the loans that they give to the women groups. So for the women themselves, this is very important. I think women need to be more organized. They are really trying. There's a lot of effort on that end. They really want to participate. They want to gain skills. They want to access capital. They want to empower. They want that knowledge. So they need to just keep at it. For the civil society, this is us. I think what is listed there is quite a number of things that everybody has been doing, but I think what you need to do more is just a smarter way of doing it, assess what has been done, change areas where the areas that need to be changed in terms of how you deliver the services. Because a lot is done. The civil side does a lot of work across the country, across sectors. Sometimes it's how you do it that translates to effective the impact that you're talking about. So development partners, they are continuing to support the sector, but they just need to be more innovative. As I mentioned earlier, there are certain programs that can be structured that can actually be more effective in terms of supporting these women as they participate in the sector. I wouldn't mention this, but I think there's much more that needs to be done in terms of understanding the role of the woman in the mining sector. We don't even know the skills that they have. We don't know the extent to which they are participating. But this needs to be done. And then again, on the market side, and this is the government, I think this is a recommendation of the government, and there is some kind of estimation of the value of minerals that are coming out by the women-owned businesses, because we might be doing so much if there's nothing that is coming out from those mines that are being run by the women. So, thank you very much. Yeah. Sorry, and I think the time was very short. I would have gone deeper into this, but I believe as the discussion evolves, there's a chance for even me to jump in. I can be able to do that.
Yes, and join us in the panel.
Okay, thank you.
So, hand for Jamie's presentation, Makofi. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to quickly just bring some issues to the fore. And I want to say that 70% of all household decisions are made by women. Fact. Okay? You don't seem very convinced. No. Okay, I'll tell you why. Tourism is here. Who makes the decision about where you travel and go for holiday? What did you eat in the morning? What the food you ate, the sausages, the paran you ate, who made the decision? Who makes a decision about where your child goes to school? Am I hitting the neighborhood? 70% of all household decisions are made by a woman. I'm saying this to national, to county government, to our partners. They are an important constituent to work with. Okay? And to support. And why do I say that? They're important because if they're making those decisions, then if you empower them, then they really contribute towards the economic development of our country. At home, they're making the difference. And they're not there to, and don't get me wrong, I'm not preaching active. Okay? I'm saying that they can be supported to grow our economy. The other thing that I want to say, really touching, now bringing it home to the mining sector. As we talk about local content, then it needs to be quite generous. And why I say that is because I want to bring it to what Davis was saying. At the time that he was doing the study in Canada, Talo still had a lot of activity in Canada. In March last year, I went to Turkana in November. Rokicha, where Talo is working, is a dead town. There's no jobs, there's nothing happening. And that's why when you see waste Secretariat doing in the community, if you were to remove waste Secretariat today, what would be the impact of that? And for me, I ask, what would be the impact to the women who have been supported with the livelihood project that this is doing? Is it sustainable enough to ensure that even when waste is not there, that lives still remain improved and people's well-being? So, pertinent question. The issue around value addition. I just want to clarify that the gem story and Value Addition Center in Taita Taveta. First of its kind in the region, AWEC was privileged enough to be the first training of some women there. But I think there needs to be more sensitization. I don't know if people will be coming from Kitui, the GEM Center, or we need to build another one on that end.
Establishing another one.
Oh, you are. So it's Turkana. They want to establish one. But my question is, how do we bring markets here? How do we bring markets to Kenya? Because we don't consume those gems ourselves. Yeah? Will international buyers be coming to Kitui Center? Yes.
But the reason why we are here in this court.
Right. Fantastic. So here is the linkage. AWEC is the linkage. So every year we conduct the Kenya Journey World Fair. We've held it in Nairobi since 2017. It's only that last year we were able to. But it is one way we can work together to ensure that we bring solid markets and that our men and women are producing quality products to attract those buyers. The other thing you have is access to finance. The other day we were validating this report to Davis, Nairobi, and one woman said that women are not being given money. Build your own bank, where the mining industry understands the needs, because there is no bank right now that will tell kumwambia wewe inataka kuchimba madini hata sijui maliko, lakini nobody will listen. And so there needs financial services that understand the mining sector. And those lack right now. And so we have approached the World Bank for a revolving fund to just see whether we can put together some money, whether it will be a microfinance towards giving compressors and tingas. That is where the issue around production is, particularly in mining gems and other. If you go to industrial railroad, then it's another whole game. Because you will find that even to be able to get a permit, to a license to do that, because it's capital intensive. By the way, we recently realized to get an artisanal permit is on average 300,000 for an artisan. That is the cost of starting. Just the same part of your environmental assessment, feasibility study, geologist akuja kwa shamba yako, upate consent, 300,000. So what are we talking about? Creating an enabling environment where women can be planting. There are many things that we need to sit back and think about. So I think mine was to share what our findings were around local content, the constituents, and any being gender responsive. So I want to take it to this and hear what it is they've been doing. They're saying they have a report, and because I'm also very biased.
Distinguished guests, good afternoon. My name is Anastasia Msheni, and I am here today representing Maxon Mwangu. Maxon is our finance and admin manager, who could not be able to attend today's meeting. He had an urgent impromptu KRA meeting today. So he has sent me to represent him, and it's a coincidence that I'm coming in as a lady, and we've just been told a lot about ladies and what ladies can do, and it's good to be in such forums because you get to also get encouraged when you hear what we can do. And the message I have from Maxim mostly is to avail the numbers from procurement for the year 2019 and 2020. And the other message he has sent through is for me to emphasize on the key objective, which is to give our SMEs, local SMEs and vendors opportunities. So I am here today with Ali Matuzo, who is also our purchasing officer. And cha muhimu ama kipengele cha muhimu sana ni tueleze why the numbers that I'm going to present shortly are looking the way they are in terms of what we are giving going out to the coastal region and what is going out to the national suppliers, and why those numbers look the way they do. So I will start by okay, carry on. All right. So I will go through the 2019 numbers. The total USD spent on procurement was 33 million. I'm sorry we are not projecting, but I'm hoping that you will follow. If you have a pen, maybe you can note that down. So total procurement from both ATM in 2019 was 33 million USD. And out of the 33 4 million was spent on Kwale County. And then we have 9 million that was spent on coastal region, and 19 million was spent from other parts of the country. So I'll just repeat that again. So out of the 33 million that was spent in 2019, 4% are local supplies from Kwale County, 9 million are from coastal region, and 19 million are from other parts of the country. In 2020, our total expenditure on supplies was 34 million, and local USD spent in Kwale County was 5 million, 16 million was spent in coastal region, and 12% on the rest of the country. So from those numbers, there's an increase of total amount spent in Kwale County between 2019 and 2020. There was an increase of 900. That is an increase on how much was spent between the 2 years in Kwale County. But of key concern is the 14% from the 2 years. We can tell 14% is how much is being spent in Kwale County, 48% going out to coastal region, and 37% going out to the rest of Kenya. So there are a few reasons the county number is going down in the 2 years, and I have Matuzo here who will emphasize on that, where we're having meeting some of our requirements, and we've had several trainings with our local vendors to ensure that they are able to meet the basic requirements, which include, and these are available in different government portals. You must have a registered company, you must be able to keep up with the demand and quality, and we do offer training mostly on the output that is expected by base titanium, but for some reason we are still not able to get the numbers. Significant increase between 2019 and 2020. So with that, generally when we look at the numbers presented, the much we are spending on local, out of the total orders or the expenditure we have, 69 or 70% is spent within the country and 30% is spent on overseas supplies. So comparing this with what we had in 2012 or when the company was starting, there's been a big change, and clearly, as I believe, there's been a number of projects and a big change in Ukunda. Our vendors have come forward and we can see a big improvement on how they run their businesses. We have pumped in the corporate knowledge to our vendors, and we do keep constant training to them. Unfortunately, we couldn't do that in 2020 because of COVID, but we have a good number of suppliers that benefited from the trainings that are offered yearly by our F&A manager and our purchasing officers. And out of those trainings that have been held, I believe Ali has a few things just as a reminder on what our local suppliers are doing very well and what they need to improve on, and probably we can share a few ideas on how to get them coming in. But so far, from what I'll be projecting shortly, there's been a big, there's been an increase of 21% of between 2019 and 2020 on the orders that have been taken up by the local SMEs. Matuzo.
Thank you. How many minutes am I giving you? 10. Fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Ali Masuto, purchasing officer at Base Titanium. And when we normally start, we are the main concern in such facilities. And I be talking about the local context in terms of in the context of the county. But maybe before I start, I will, because we are talking for different stakeholders, maybe how many enterprises are we having present here, because that's the key group that we have to address our concerns. Just to have a, if you have an establishment, just thank you. I'll start by giving a small history in terms of percentages and the trend in our procurement department. Initially, when we started, we realized that the amount of spend was actually quite low locally compared to what we tend to procure internationally. This was evident because of the knowledge most of suppliers are having locally. This knowledge was not there. The exposure to some of our suppliers was not there. So we were talking of about 70% of our total spend being procured from our overseas suppliers as compared to 30%. So there was a deliberate effort on how best can we reduce on our overseas purchases and increase on our local purchases. The key criteria here, when we were looking at local, we were considering local in terms of a Kenyan perspective, because out there we are being we're being viewed as a multinational company. The country look at us as a key player in the mining industry and the general growth of our economy. So we have managed to improve on that, and as we're speaking today, we have an average spend of around 30% of our total spend being procured from overseas, with the 70% of our local spend being procured locally. That comprises the entire country. And I think that is a great achievement that we are proud of. Now, narrowing down to Kwale County, maybe I'll respond, or rather, I'll complete my speech by looking at some of the questions that we have been raised. And I think I'll respond to some of the questions that have been raised. Kuna swali hapa tumeulizwa kwa manufaa ya sisi sote, sisi kama kampuni na nyinyi kama washikadau. To what extent has Base Titanium contributed in empowering the local community, in specific SMEs, to be able to supply special mining equipment and services so as to be able to supply to the current and future mining operation? Lengo kubwa liko hapa ni kwamba tunachema kwa leo na opportunities za kwamba ziko mbeleni. Sasa swali hili linatuliza kwamba Base Titanium take advantage of the existence of Base Titanium. One, because Base Titanium is there today, but tomorrow if a new establishment comes in, what chance are these SMEs stand as a result of the knowledge and experience gained from Base Titanium? And I want to approach this from a practical perspective, from experience. We have several SMEs. We have several that will wish to trade, but you will realize that these are companies on paper. So many people have companies, but because they have that registered certificate. Now, companies, rather units operate companies or other businesses, but they have an establishment that they are comfortable for me and you to work there with our 500 shillings, with 100 shillings, we buy that bag of cement and to help. That is India. That's what we call corporate culture. It is not si kawaida kwamba kila mtu atakuja pale kwao. There is other opportunities that have now to be addressed from a corporate perspective. Now, what Base Titanium did, we realized that this was a problem, and we couldn't reach most of our SMEs. So, Base Titanium deliberately conducted supplier sensitization, whereby various stakeholders were engaged, various consultants were engaged, and hii ilikuwa the exercise ya kwamba ilijaribu kampuni, lakini ilikuwa ni gharama yenye faida. Lengo la madhumuni ikawa ni tujaribu kuinstill hii corporate culture. How do you have to present yourself? How do you have to present these SMEs when you want to take advantage of the corporate business? We managed to bring a quite significant number of SMEs on board that you are now trading with them. Some of them are not trading with them, but I believe other way. Yeah, because the emphasis was not that simply because there is business going on at Base Titanium. But ilikuwa ni elimu na ujuzi kwamba wangeutumia across sector at a cooperative perspective. And I think that is really helpful. So that was that. Also, there was another gap that Base Titanium exists. Moja, really, it's a multinational company. Kwa hivyo vitu vyake na standards zake basi ni za kimataifa. So some of our SMEs tend to have that fear kwamba maybe sioni kama pale nitaweza. Pengine kama ni kusupply shule, people, when the county government came, so many people tend to register companies, take advantage of that, services and all that. So there was a deliberate effort to open doors for SMEs to come and have a free access to our warehouse, to be able to see what we keep, to be able to see what we buy. Washike kwa mikono yao, waone kwa macho. Some of these things really is a very simple product that we don't necessarily need to report. So that was done. And through this, there is also a significant number of some of the SMEs walisaidika, kwamba walisaidika kuweza kupata hizo biashara, na kuna wale ambao walikuwa wanafanya biashara na sisi, lakini hawakuweza kujua kwamba kuna hiki na kile pia naweza nikasupply. Walikuja waliweza kuona na wanaendelea vizuri. So at that point you can see tumeweza to increase our percentage local spend from around 70,000 that was going overseas. It's now available locally. The second question here, based on 2019 report, what is the performance of the year 2019 as captured in the 2020 report? Maybe from my own point of view, the 2020-2019 is not in a position to offer us a very good comparison based on what happened in 2020 in terms of the COVID issue. It was really difficult for everyone, including some of our SMEs, but we thank God we are almost out there. So this one is evident on our spend as and here as put it, we have managed to improve our local spend with specific Kwale County with to put more, rather add more of $900 million to our local SMEs. So yeah, I think time so that point.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. You can have a seat. We'll have a bit more discussion with you. Interesting numbers that you're putting out there. But as you're sitting down, we are told from government statistics that the mining sector contributes 0.91% to the GDP. This titanium contribution is 65% of that 1%. So it's just to give you a gist of what numbers they're speaking about. So we haven't had a voice here, and her name is Amina Mwafrika. She's coming from the local content task force. Amina, I must be honest, let me move closer to you. You can have a seat. Or you had a presentation? Okay. So I've never heard of the local content task force. That's what you do. Yeah.
Okay, all protocols observed. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Amina Mwafrika from Kwale. And just to give a brief history of the local content task force, it was a deliberation that came up during the trainings he was saying, the capacity building trainings, that the consultant who was actually doing the training decided to form a committee that was called the local content task force. So the formation was, the committee included the county government, a youth representative, a women representative, and official from Western China. Then we had the chairman, Kenya National Chamber of Commerce. So that was the composition of the task force. So the main aim of that task force was to actually see whether the team, because the training consisted of around 90 SMEs. So it was just to oversee whether after the training, to make a follow-up, whether actually these people get opportunities from West China. Yeah, so basically that was what local content was about. But just to actually make my input, I do have based on meditating sana. So speaking on behalf of the trained people.
So you're an SME that's been trained.
Yeah.
And has gotten opportunity from this training.
Yeah.
Good. As a woman,
as a woman. Fantastic. Okay, as a woman and as also representing the team that has been capacity building. Even when you see the statistics, this training was in 2017, 2018. And even as you see the numbers in terms of the people who got the opportunities, comparing quality and the costs in general, is still too small. I feel, in as much as he said they are briefcase companies, they are whatnot and whatnot, but I think the biggest challenge here was after the training, these SMEs knocking actual doors to West Etena was the real challenge. Like, Saizi, where as you, if you want to go to West Etena, you have to go through a lot of processes. Like there's no book appointment, you have to do this and this. So I've been capacity building, pengine capacity niko nayo. Lakini nikifikiria nikifika get content of this, kuna appointment, kuna so such things as the setbacks that zimefanya watu wengine wakaishia tu training. Another thing also I want to talk about is the issue of continue. I think this is a call for the SMEs to take up on the opportunities that are not existing here in Kwale, so that by the mining company to go and seek these services or products elsewhere, they can also get them here locally. Yeah, thank you. I think that's enough.
Okay, Lena, that is very question. Access Nishida to SMEs, and we want to build local content. Want to respond? Okay, as you're responding, I had a few basic questions. So, unpack for me what's local content? Your understanding. Wajiko on the streets. We have a policy. What does it mean?
Thank you. Kianza na mjibu wa Mina regarding the process of procedure that are there in terms of accessing. Yeah, in terms of accessing our premises, we do have a policies and procedure that are there, and this policy and procedure, let it be understood that they are not maybe disadvantage anyone. And no mercy for the company. With the proper communication, no one has been denied access to basic training. That's what I can confirm.
And but I think you've been given feedback. Yeah, but there are those that have tried. So maybe we check into what happens.
Yes, just to emphasize on what Matsuzo has mentioned. Indeed, there are people who will walk in wanting to access the premise, and currently the situation, we will not be able to manage everyone that comes in. But I've personally dealt with a few suppliers who want to access the site, and we have provided like the expression of interest account. Like if you want to provide any service, we have an account called expression of interest at placeitelium.com, which I being in the position. It's quite disappointing that in a month or even in 4 or 3 months, we don't get anyone expressing their interest on it. And we have to accept that right now, you don't necessarily have to walk into this Ethereum. Such facilities have been given out. Kuna email, ukituma email, it gets immediately. And I having the access to that email, I have not seen anyone expressing their interest. Somebody will walk into the gate and, hadi kwako, huwezi taka kila mtu awe anaingia. Kuna simu sio.
So we want to encourage people to use such facilities because somebody is specifically in charge of that account to make sure that everyone that sends an email expressing any interest to the certain tenure, it is addressed, and most of the issues in that account are addressed. If we do not address the email to this person telling them, sorry, currently we cannot avail this to you, but we will keep you in our record. You know, these are probably people do not know, but definitely working in, with security, and we want to be sure that people are secure, and we do not want people coming in, but we have such facilities that people can use, and they're not being used. So, and for that, like in your case, if you could refer a few people to send their requests through that account, they are addressed immediately.
So, Amina, we are on the same page. But there are policies, there's an email address to access the opportunities. And I think also for base, also being a corona period, reducing exposure.
Correct.
Yeah, so not anybody can walk in. So, Bwana Ali, what are these supplies that you give? You gave us a general feel. What is it? Food? Is it printing paper? Is it pens and viruses?
To the local residents.
Yes. Yeah.
It's all comprising of general and consumer goods. We also have supply food for the community projects like the tend to the community. We also have printing and copy papers and stationery. So comprises of all those items.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Dennis, tell me what's local content to you?
Ningependa nataka kila mtu aweze kuzielewa. Tukirudi pale nyuma, kwa sababu hii local content ni terms ambazo zimekuwa zikifly all around, kila mtu usikia mara nyingi local content. Lakini kuna wengine ambao wanajiuliza hii local content. Madini ni kama mali ya serikali ambayo serikali ina govern, lakini ambao ni ya kila mwananchi. In English, mineral resources are not like any other resources. Mineral resources belongs to everybody in the country. Regardless of where they are in the country, they belong to everybody in the country. And the reason why we talk about local content is because these are resources that are depletable. Kuna wakati ambao places tena vitafunga virago zao na waende. Na wanakuwa wamekuja huku, wamechimba madini, wakauza kule, wakalipa tax, wakalipa manufaa fulani kwa jamii, alafu ikaisha hivyo. Tukasahau mambo ya nitoje madini yenyewe. Tunasahau imeisha imeenda. Kwa sababu hiyo ni kitu ambayo inafanyika kote ulimwenguni. Kwamba hayo madini sababu ambayo yanaisha lazima tuweze kusema kwa sababu yalichimbwa hapa Kenya, ni ya Wakenya, lazima Wakenya wapate njia za kunufaika kwa haya madini. Na njia zipi tunaweza kufanya wanaweza kunufaika? Wapate kazi ajira kwa hizi kampuni, waweze kuwa kama suppliers. Ndio maana base wameweza kuandika list ya jinsi vile wameweza kunufaisha na wananchi kwa hizo suppliers. Na mwishowe hata wananchi waanze kupata kama skills, unaweza kupata hata kuna Mkenya, kuna kutoka hapa kweli ambaye ameweza kupata zile ujuzi ambazo zinamsaidia kufanya kazi nyingine mbali na kazi ya madini. Kwa hivyo local content is basically a way of ensuring that besides the taxes that mining companies are paying to the national government, and some of these people, the local communities does not feel these taxes that they're paid out there. And even the royalties that are paid might not be as beneficial as the local content. For some industries, like the oil and gas sector, the amount so immense that focus has to be put in it. So basically, it's all about the sovereign nature of minerals, in that they belong to all Kenyans, from the local mwananchi kwa chini to the executive anywhere. That's why I think Grace has been able to categorize different groups in terms of how they're benefiting from these resources. So basically, is that I think my one hope is that wale ambao wananufaika kutoka kwa hii local content isiwe tu ni kama isiwe wachache ambao maybe kama mimi ambaye anaweza ongea Kiingereza, ambaye anaweza ongea na kampuni ako na uwezo ya ameweza kuhamasishwa, ameweza kuwezeshwa hata yeye kupata manufaa ya kusupply. Kwa hii case ni supplies ile information ambayo inaweza kumwezesha kuparticipate.
Thank you, David. So we have one last panelist, Sir, the one supporting us with Ali. I have one panelist virtual, and we want to bring her to speak to us. Susan Monyodi, as she's being set up. So Susan was the lead local content at Halo Oil. She is a board member at AWIC. And I have just 2 questions. You know, I can't see her. Is she on?
Yes, I am.
Oh, fantastic. Good afternoon, Susan.
Good afternoon, Hannah, and panelists and attendees.
Okay, so just unpack for us with the new local content policy that's been passed. What does it mean for the extractives industry in Kenya? Yani, tuko na local content policy ilipitishwa na cabinet. Ina maana gani kwa madini yetu ama kwa sekta ya madini? And while you were leading local content in Talo, what were some of the achievements and lessons you learned and the opportunities around local content? We'd like to hear your experience around that. So it's a bit overloaded, but you have 3 to 4 minutes, Susan.
Okay, Hannah, I know I lost you at some point, but okay. But I will go ahead. Yes. Okay. So you asked about the recently passed local content policy and what the impact is on the industry, the extractive industry, and as well the country at large, yeah? I do not have a copy of the approved policy, but can base my remarks on the draft that I was actively involved in improving. So the local content policy is fortunately multi-sectoral. It does not just look at the extractive industry. So that's a huge plus for us. And so my response will be broader than just looking at the Madini industry or the oil and gas industry. So why that is a good thing is because Base Titanium has mentioned procurement processes and activities that they are involved in. And these items that they are also procuring are not all specific to mining in Base Titanium. They are goods and services that are utilized by other sectors. So if Base Titanium was to require those products and found that they were not available, then it means that they're not going to be able to achieve their local content objective. So similarly, if I can use the example of tallow, when it wants to procure, say, vehicles, and then vehicles are not in the shape and quality that are required, then indeed they will not be able to meet the local content requirements. So if I, as a logistic company, know that I'm in the transport sector, then I know that I need to then up my game to be able to provide services to anybody who requires logistic services. And that's where the policy then comes in. The policy is looking at value addition. It's looking at creating global competitive industries. And that's really good for the country because we know we have resources, we know we have the capability. It's also looking at developing local investors and increasing ownership by citizens. It's looking at growing opportunities for local workforce, looking at growing local industries, all of this meant to enhance sustainability. Because if you just, as a business person, if you just look at one industry that you want to support, then that is limiting. And especially if you look at the oil and gas industry that has its peaks and troughs. At the time when biashara iko juu, unapata pesa zinaingia, lakini biashara ikiteremka, you find that you actually have nowhere to sell your services. So you need to also broaden your customer base to make sure that whatever it is that you're providing can meet the a bigger base load, and as well ensure that the quality that you have guaranteed is what you're able to sustain. And I'm sure based in when any other multinational will not shy away from utilizing you. So I'd say that the policy is really good. It's also tying back to Vision 2030. So that's really good because then it's just not left hanging. The country also has the industrialization programs, and it's a way of making sure that they stop just being documents that it's holding on to. There are ways and means. There's actually a framework that has been put in place to enable now ministries that need to enhance local content to now create regulations that will make sure that at the next level there is some continuity that is coming up. Because, so for example, if I can just put it as an example. So looking at the oil and gas industry, so there's mention of local content in all the signed agreements with various operators. However, there is no past regulation on local content. The policy then enables the Ministry of Mining and Petroleum now start putting regulations in place on local content that are specific to petroleum. So similarly, that should take place in any other ministry that is expected to support local content, be it infrastructure, housing, because there's a lot of opportunities in that area as well. And once they do that, then when the oil and gas industry requires infrastructure, it's very easy to say, Ministry of Infrastructure, what do you have in place? How can we find local companies that can be able to support our infrastructure needs? And I see that spurring a lot of growth of local businesses. I've looked at it from a business perspective, but of course there are people as well that are incorporated. Unless people have the right skills, the right certification, they're not going to be able to unlock local content because it's people that are also engaged in the businesses. So similarly, people should have the right levels of certification, and the certification should be, I would say, at the internationally recognized level so that any multinational can be able to convert that qualification from be it Britain, from be it America, to what Kenya is using and be able to say that somebody operating at this level indeed is someone who is ready to come and work in our industry. So that's how I'd try and just break it down broadly, Hannah. It's a big document. It has a lot of goodness in it. And I know that for the country going forward, I think we'll start seeing the sustainable and deliberate approach to how we look at local content. So
Susan, that's quite summed up in a few minutes. And as I said earlier, it's a big document. I like the fact that you're bringing up the issue of it being multi-sectoral, so that then it can be domesticated by sector. So then we'll have to sit down and say, okay, what does that mean for oil, gas, and mining extractives? So lastly, I just want to hear your experience with tallow and local content in the same light, and then we can share it to plenary questions.
Thank you, Hannah. So I was looking at tallow and the local content journey. I mean, listening to it does not go far away from what they've mentioned, because you start off with a lot of international procurement. Why? Because in our case, it was a new industry and you're coming into a country where upstream oil and gas is new. So finding companies that are ready to meet your needs was going to be limited. And some of the achievements, therefore, that we can register, that the company can register, is that Tallow was able to pioneer local content in upstream oil and gas industry in Kenya. And this was also supported by working very closely with national and county government to create a blueprint that would enable sustainable local content in that industry. And we had a number of workshops with government, just trying to help them understand our Tallow's approach, and as well of taking in their concerns, taking in their contributions, and being able to work it out in such a manner that it's acceptable to both parties, and as well to the community that we were interacting with, which is in Turkana. Another key achievement that I would like to highlight is the creation of enterprise development centers. 4 of them were created, and this was for the sole purpose of bridging the gap between the community feeling as if it's being left out, and Talo is in this well-protected environment, and they feel as if there is that geographical barrier already, even before us saying local content, we want to work with you. So the creation of the enterprise development centers first and foremost enabled the company to be able to put out opportunities that were coming up that the local community could be able to respond to. This also included employment opportunities. The other element is that any points for clarification that were coming in, the people needed to know that there's a place that they could go to, other than trying to get into an office, be it Nairobi or be it in Turkana, Lokicha, where the office was. So they knew that they had people they could go and meet and discuss face-to-face. And the people were also well versed with the subject and had the information that was required. If not, then they also had the opportunity to request for further information to be able to respond adequately to those who needed information. Then there was also an opportunity for grievances to be registered. Of course, where more than one stakeholder is operating, there's bound to be people who are disconcerted with issues. So that also created that avenue for grievance mechanism being stationed at the enterprise development centers. And then the third element is that year on year, there was growth in terms of the number of people and the number of businesses, and the amount of money that was being spent on procurement with Kenyans and with Kenyan businesses. And this is broadly, but also looking at our brothers and sisters from Turkana who are being involved. There were targets that we had set, and we had the responsibility of making sure that we are reporting this on an annual basis, because Talos had subscribed to the EITI, which ensured that there was transparency in what was being done from a local content perspective. So I perhaps just want to focus on those 3 key highlights. In terms of the lessons learned, I would say that capacity building is key to unlocking and sustaining local content. Because being a new industry or being a new operator, it's not expected that people from the onset understand what is required. So you need to even start from awareness. If you're putting out this EOI, expression of interest, what exactly are you looking at? So Talo would have sessions where people from the community would be invited to come and sit in, and our procurement teams would go and explain exactly what the EOI was looking for, from a technical perspective, from a financial perspective, and from many other certification perspective. And I found that that was really good in also enabling the language to flow, so that people don't see technical language as being curtailing the ability to respond to an opportunity. The other lesson learned is that sustainability needs to drive the efforts to avoid a Dutch disease. Of course, in Turkana, it will be interesting to see how it looks right now. But what I saw is that it's necessary that we train people in transferable skills, so that when the company ceases to be as active as it was before, they have a place where they can go and take their skills, that they can then be gainfully employed going forward. And as well, when it comes to business, look at how you can create a business concept that is transferable across more than just one industry. If it's going to be specialist, then perhaps look at regional expansion. So you're not just focusing on Kenya, where Kenya is silent, and Uganda is now looking at opening up. There's Tanzania, there's Mozambique, there are many other areas, or there are many other options that are available. And I know there are economic models that can be able to support this kind of thinking. And the other element that also came quite interestingly, because we had come from a country that was very keen on getting degrees. If your child or if you do not have a degree, but you just saw masana, coming to a place where the industry is looking for technical and vocational skills. And that is what we'll be able to, in fact, for me, I look at it as skills for the future for the youth. If people can be able to get that plumbing going, acha Talo ikisema hatukuhitaji leo, ama best Italian, there'll be another person who's constructing a house that you can be able to go and take your services to. So look at those skills. I mean, look at the technical and vocational skills, and therefore the institutions that are offering these skills, to make sure that they're able to market these courses to the young people. Because if our mindset remains on degree, master's, PhD, then we'll find that we'll have a populace that is very disadvantaged, that is also very disgruntled, because they have the knowledge, they have the skill, but they're not able to put it into proper use. And then the last key one that I'd want to mention is about strategic stakeholder engagement. It doesn't matter what local content you do. And I, again, applaud BSTN for what they've been able to put out there. If people do not know what you're doing, then you remain a punching bag for the community, you remain a punching bag by government, because nobody knows the extent to which you're pushing your agenda and the agenda for the country forward. So we need to engage, and we need to say whatever it is that we're doing, where we have challenges as well, let's not hesitate, let's put them out there, and jointly solutions can be found. Now, where do opportunities lie going forward in the extractive industry? Africa is endowed with so many resources. And I start by saying Africa broadly, because we keep seeing the finds that have been declared. I think there was a recent one that was doing its round on social media around DRC, the eastern part of DRC, where there is a hill that has gold in it. And what we saw were people going there with their shovels, trying to just keep as much soil as they could. That's just an indication of just how much we are blessed as a continent. Now, coming to Kenya, we're no different. We have those same resources, and they are not as exploited as in other parts of the world. So I would say, utilizing and building onto local content, if we are able to look at it from in a long haul, how can we add value to what we are doing? How can we do it in a way that is going to enable technology to move with us? Because as you mentioned, now COVID is here, we have to be creative in terms of how we can even run such a conference, with people being, as I am at home, but being able to join me. So we need to keep up with the trends that are coming up, knowing that we have resources that are underneath our ground that are waiting to be exploited. Let us prepare ourselves. Let's get the right skills, the right technology. If we are business people, let us get the businesses running and registered, compliant. I think Ali mentioned that. And let's just prepare for when those opportunities come. If you're an entrepreneur, do the homework and find out how can I be able to position myself for this opportunity that I have a passion for. Because indeed the opportunities are vast. I cannot even start breaking them down harder. But I just think the time for Africa is now. The time for Kenya, therefore, is now. Let us just position ourselves, let us get ready, and let us just go for it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Susan. The time for Africa, the time for Kenya is now. I like the lessons that you've drawn from your experience with local content. And I don't know if this has thought of creating enterprise development centers where one Africa can walk into and say, I don't have an email address, but this is what I can produce. I don't know if Talo and Base exchange notes on local content, but food for thought. Anyway, I want to throw this back to plenary. Anyone with questions, comments? I'll take 3. I know we are out of time. So I'll take first 3. And if there are no other questions, we'll close it up for lunch. Comments, questions? 1. Anybody? 2. Going, gone. So we'll take the 2.
Thank you so much for according me this opportunity. My name, I'm Patrick Musau, the CC in charge of environment, energy, tourism, and natural resources in Kitui County. First and foremost, I want to commend the presenters for such an elaborate presentation in matters local content. And before I move further, I would wish to request yourself to append to Kitui so that we can empower our women with this local content. I also wish to commend the Mazingira for such a kind of a good arrangement they are. And as a matter of fact, there are some issues which has come up in Nandi, touching the women empowerment and the engagement into the mining sector. I've also realized that even at Kitui, we are having this land issue ownership, whereby you realize that even most of the titling are being channeled to men who are, despite the women being contributing 70% in matters and decision making, then when it comes to land issues where mining activities are carried on, you realize that they are non-result and men, and they are the ones who are supposed to give out authorities. Then the other issue which has come up in Nandi is the issues of trading licenses, whereby these women are facing a lot of challenges. You can imagine a trading license for sino miners ranging from 20,000 to 350,000. We really need to capacity build these women and see the ways we can form synergies in matters of economic empowerment, so that these women can be stable in matters mining. Another issue which has come up in Nandi is a lack of proper tools, which is a real challenge. You realize that in the mining areas, you'll find some women, are digging very deep holes in search of these minerals, especially the gemstones. And therefore, they'll need support of tools like compressors, tools like water pumps, especially for pumping water, chisels, and also tools like machinery like these, like excavators, to open up, to help them open up. Because in actual, is county government and national government. If we don't come in handy and form synergies to support these women, we might be revolving on the same point. My contribution would be, I want to comment the issue of women empowerment. I also want to encourage different counties whereby we are having these mining activities carried out for women to form strong CBOs so that they can access financial support and also empowerment in order to be incorporated into these mining activities. Again, you realize that they are also facing a lot of challenges because of being uneducated, but also I wish also to comment an issue of investors who are coming down to the local people to ensure that government takes charge in protection of these poor women so that they are not exploited. So I would say thank you very much for such a comprehensive contribution and presentation for the local government. And yes, the communities, and especially, specifically I'm talking about Kitui, where we are having lots of minerals ranging from industrial minerals, minerals the likes of limestone, minerals the likes of iron ore, which are blending deposits, minerals in the likes of gypsums, minerals in the likes of copper, and also gems. In actually, in Kitui, through the leadership of Excellency Governor Gilu, we've been able to train a total of 110 asylum miners at our local university circle. We issued them with certificates. We've also got a notch higher to form, to get asylum mining committee registered. When it is in place and it is, the committee is helping the local women who are forming CBOs to get licenses so that they can sell their minerals and access markets with ease. As a government, as a county government of Kitui, we've also gone a notch higher to establish a geomology center whereby we want to do the value addition. Because in action, you realize that once you extract according to Honorable David's presentation, once you extract these minerals and you don't earn value on them, they might not face, the required prices. And as you have seen in the presentation here, most of our local women in matters of the local, who learn local content, ends up on being employed in the mining, sites at a rate of 15,000 per month, whereas 1 gram of green garnet might go up to 500,000. So I would emphasize that capacity building, our development partners, the two levels of government, both national and county government, we really need to impact this local content to our women so that we can increase their capacity. Thank you very much.
Patrick, wow. But Sam, you had something to say?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. I did not know that my CEC was also talking from. I really find I thought he was not in the topic. But then I think what I wanted to say, but I want some clarification. The other time when we were doing public participation on local content, the policy was looking at local content in terms of global, and therefore local was Kenyan. And we tried to kind of say local should also be considered to be county and sub, it should be subnational and even going down, because yes, there is a national, but then the mineral is being extracted from a small community. Then when you go down, also that local content should be considered down there. So I wanted some clarification now in the final document, also know, has that one been taken care? Because I left really there. So anyway, we can amend the law to include local content to mean promotion. That point there. I'm lucky to have visited titanium area, the base titanium mining area twice. We brought 2 groups for benchmarking from mining areas. Have a free talk within the community. But I will appreciate what Madam there said, that bureaucracies are there. That is given that, and I know that bureaucracy is what leads to what I'm now seeing as little or no uptake of the works. Because you see, when you expose women without prejudice, when you expose them to those many bureaucracies, they will sit down and wait. And therefore, maybe there should be deliberate efforts to give affirmative action, allow some affirmative, gap for those people who are local, really to benefit. So I wanted to ask also my friend from BT, after training the communities and building their capacity, they cannot automatically take up the opportunities. Do you also give some affirmative, do you also allow them? What do you do with startups? Because a startup has no big muscle to compete with those working on the ground. So it's good to have trained them, yes, and that is the way to go. But are they really strong enough to compete? That way, we would have said if we trained that, then this number would be given automatic favor. That's my position.
Okay, thank you, Sam. Great insights. But this titanium, there's a clarification. Mr. Ali, you respond?
Thank you for that question and concern that you have. We conducted these trainings, Kama in December. First and foremost, to be able to give our SMEs, or rather to inform them what opportunities are present for them to be able to take up. But still, the process is competitive. So we tend to give them opportunity to do business with us, but factoring in the aspect of that, they also have to be competitive on our side. For some of them, most of the challenge was finance. Aspect of finance, we can be able, if you are competitive enough and you have been able to quote, provided that quote to what we are looking for, we can relax the aspect of finance and we can be able to give you an upfront payment for that, so that you can be able to sort of yourself. But the major concern that you have brought up is the aspect of the local content that you're talking, to what perspective, and this is a challenge that you've been having. We are considering local content, for example, resident to be Kwale, but you realize that within Kwale, there are SMEs that are starting up, but equally we have some businesses that are already established, that are doing business base, and here are some SMEs. So the advice that you are giving most of our SMEs that we tend to train, are they in a position to be able to offer a tailor-made solution? Because you realize 20 SMEs, both of them just inquire from them maybe what product they can offer. They might narrow down to one or two line of things. So amongst themselves, the 30 people that are there, it's actually a competition amongst themselves. Because we are I can offer printing and stationery, printing and stationery, printing and stationery. You understand that kind of setup. So it's narrow. And within the local content perspective, we also have some that offer that particular product and maybe recommend the notary who established. So the key thing we are advising them, are they in a position to be able to come up with a tailored solution? Think to maybe come to us. Photocopy paper, for example, how many pieces per month? From that perspective, it's stationary, yes, but it's quite specific. Now, maybe we can be able to tell you maybe 100 boxes, 100 rings per month. Now, are you in a position to carry out a research, maybe from a national level? Is this a photocopy paper around the maybe 500 shillings, 600 shillings? If I decided to take this as a personal initiative near the engine, so the possible dealers, because not most companies produce, most of the papers we're using imported, where are they coming from? Who are the dealers? So what kind of arrangement can I have with these dealers? So if I have those dealers, maybe that's not best. So that I can maintain a healthy relationship with my dealer, by the same time be able to support this, and also be able to be maybe a paper distributor within one or that kind of arrangement. So yes, that's effort. But still, kuna baadhi ya kwamba pengine expect if there is that opportunity, ukimtumia ama kama atachukua opportunity, but they expect those that existing, those exceptions that are there, maybe we should not be able to engage. But this is what I want to put out. Basic Jamii is acting on behalf of the company when I'm engaging with you as a supplier. And that is clear, that is okay, that is how it is. But when we are inside there, the basic Jamii that is acting on behalf of the company, it is also representing a specific unit, department, that is in need of a certain product. Now, what is the department tend to operate within a fixed budget? They will be given a budget. Regardless of maybe the community issue with the community, they have their budget for community purposes. But when it comes to production, where there is a lot of budgets, they are specifically for production to ensure that there is continuity of the plant. They tend to operate with a fixed budget. It has gone to a stage whereby most of them, the average price of the product they're buying, because it's good for their planning, it's good for their budget.
That's really clear. Then it means that your SMEs need to understand the nature of business. places to do. But also, he asked, would you work with a startup? Hana Limited comes to you today. I've complied and have all my, can we work with this? I think that is also the question.
Maybe, I'm not sure whether this will answer that question, but we also have some people like the starters who add value on products that we get elsewhere. So you will find, if I want, let me put an example of a shirt, a uniform shirt, and probably the catch fire. You know, it's a different material that probably is not available locally. You probably purchase the shirt from somebody who has it, and then bring it in, and then this person will do the embroidery of the names. If you want kids to purchase them elsewhere. So some of the people who are starting out, we try to bring down some of the items we get, and they add value to them. That will probably, if I'm looking for a very huge printer that, you know, obviously the startup person is selling the small one, I'll probably give him a contract to be maintaining the printer for me yearly. So there are small bits of items that we pick up and we avail to our local people that are probably not as big, but they do benefit from them. I hope I've answered the question.
Yeah. So thank you very much. I think let's give Anna. Wait, there's a, sorry, there seems to be a burning one there. Burning. Okay. What's yours?
Hi, I think I'm representing gender, so it's only many who have talked.
Okay.
And on the issue of, I'm so
sorry.
Yeah, but you have talked about that they cannot access the place because we have to use the email.
Just maybe come out from there. Yeah, just stand. You get out of where you are.
Sorry. I'm saying, I'm so concerned about the SMEs. They show they cannot be able to access the place, and they have to use either an email or something. Where we come from, we don't have electricity. We are not able to have those online things. How do you help that Wajiku? How do you help One Africa? Where just the SMEs that you are having on the ground, there are people who don't have those things as much as. Is there a simpler way where we can help these people so they can be able to access your place and also you can be able to work in partnership with them? Because I believe at the end of the day, we still require these SMEs on the ground because they are the people who take the shots. That was my concern because I was feeling, as much as we sit on the boardroom, here is a boardroom, we talk so many policies, but that Mwananchi doesn't sitting there, the Wajiku. The minute that you walk out of this place, you're just putting on the paper. The next minute you reach here is when you shall be, even if it is not evaluation. But what do we do about that matter? Because I'm feeling as if we are pushing that SME to a corner where you're telling them to style up, of which we have also to train them to style up by telling them from today we are calling for the training, how to be using the online platform and all that. That's my concern.
Thank you very much.
Allow me to combine. Thank you. You come from?
Nairobi County.
Nairobi County, thank you. You know, when you're talking about local content, we have these are multi-stakeholder responsibilities. We have the investor as a responsibility. We have the county government as a responsibility. We have the national government has a responsibility. We have development partners have a responsibility to make sure that all of us work together to deliver local content. If you look at the local content bill now, it has emphasized so much on capacity building roles for the county government. Even when that question was asked about local being Kenyan. Now, the national government will concentrate on the capacity of local SMEs from the Kenyan perspective, but it trickles down to the county again. And then the county government themselves now have a responsibility to make sure the local SMEs have the capacity to supply whatever is needed. Maybe what you need to ask today is what BESA has done on its own. What about what BESA has done in partnership with county government of Kwale? We have the polytechnics, we have the whole Department of Trade. So then it is very important for county governments to prepare their SMEs to be able to maximize on the opportunities that come. I would want to ask the Titanium today, if we were having a new mining investment today, do you think the Kwale SMEs, after 10 years of engagement with you, they will be able to get value chain opportunities in the establishment of a production plant? Are you confident there is an SME who can participate in that? We don't want Kwale SMEs to be told that they can supply printing papers. You can supply printing papers in county government. You can supply printing papers in primary schools. You can supply printing papers so many places. If Kwale SMEs have to boast of something and to be very proud, is that they can deal with the extractive sector better compared to Embu, because they have vested tenure with them here. If today we were to have a new investment, then can Kwale SMEs do better than Embu SMEs, or they only supply papers which Embu SMEs will also do? We talk about, for instance, you have a very big local content opportunity in camp services. You have Africa Eco Safaris. This is something that Kwale people can do. Can Kwale people be able to offer those services in the next investment? Or in the next investment, we're still going to have camping services offered by a different entity. But then this is not a sole responsibility of the Estonian. Kwale County should also have grants that we lost a big opportunity. As the Kwale County woken up to start to prepare that in the next mining investment, there's somebody who offers accommodation, there's somebody who offers food for contractors, there's somebody who will offer all those opportunities for very many years, and just establishing a restaurant, establishing a place where people can sleep for very many years, pre and during and post mining activities. So then, as Kwale people, did we make good use of that opportunity? Are we ready for the next opportunity? That's the question we should be able to ask ourselves. If you talk about supply development, is BESA going out of its way to make sure there is like Mantrack who build those heavy machinery? Maybe you can end up with an authorized local dealer who now can bring the parts and services from down here. And that needs to be supported by the county government plans. Then what is the situation now that we have? Thank you.
Wow, Ali, that's quite passionate. You have raised pertinent questions that need another conference. So I leave it there. So ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And I believe Ali, it's lunchtime. So bon appetit. Thank you.
Tutapeana mwongozo wa chakula, tutatoka kwenda kula chakula. Tukirudi tutakuwa na presentation ya CDS na presentation ya environment. Hatutafanya panel. Tutafanya panel ya CDS, presentation ya panel ya CDS, na tutafanya presentation ya basic and mind rehabilitation. Presentation ya mkurugenzi ecotourism tutafanya kesho tukijaliwa kwa sababu ya muda wenye. Kwa tutafanya vitu vitatu. CDS presentation by Community Relations Manager with Titanium, and then the panel, then to do the presentation. And then we should be able to break, network, and enjoy the beach. Okay? So now it's for 2:45. Can we come back at 3:30? 3:30, is that okay? 3:30, yes. Susan, hi. Thank you very much for following us from that far and for the good contributions you made. Asante sana. From Kwale Jianja, asante sana. Karibu. Asante sana. Next time, bye.
Asante, thank you.
Habari yako? Kuna attendance alikuwa naomba unisainie. Ni ya watu wa hoteli.
Watu wa hoteli. Okay.
Nani?
Bila imani. Bana inatoka.
Kutoka wapi?
Waipigia close sana so gani?
Ndio kwa high resolution.
Ndio mpaka viatu vitoke.
in terms of implementation. Process. How about the monitoring mechanism? How do we compare different CDA projects from one investor to another investor and from one county to another county? And that is the role that we want to play in these events and initiatives. As we will see tomorrow when we officially launch the Extractive Action Tour, which is a platform that showcases the extractive sector across the country and beyond. So I want to take this opportunity to welcome the panel that will be helping us with this discussion. I want to start by inviting my teacher, Professor Karimu Shaul. Very Karimu. I also want the opportunity to invite the CTC chairs. There is Mr. Mshenga Ruga. We have Bana Bakari.
Kula lunch na mkakumbuka. It's like we have cups. Mupoteza kama vita kwetu. The population is here. Anyway, my name is Abuse Kasi, the Community Relations Manager based Titanium. And based Titanium is a company in mining in Kwale County. That is in Saboni's account. And it happens that where this mining is taking place, that is where I was born and brought up. So wanafanya kazi nyumbani. I was asked to walk you through the process of establishing CDSCs, is Community Development Agreement Committees, of which we have 3 of them by Base Titanium. And that is Likoni, Sabweni, where we are, and to go further down the road, to the liaison and community engagement, which we've been running from the time we saw the first explorers in Guluku and Maono. And that is back in 1998. This project before base Titanium took over, it was owned by Jamii Kenya. And even up to this moment, some people call it Project Jamii. Jamii Kenya was owned by a Canadian firm, while base Titanium is only owned by an Australian firm, Base Resources. And up to 2010, when Jamii sold the project to Base Resources, we were not able to start the operations because of challenges of here and there, especially community challenges. But from 2010, when Base Titanium or Base Resources took over, construction was started immediately. And this lasted up to the last quarter of 2013, when we saw the first shipment of the mineral to China. We even celebrate the first ship before it took over. So one thing I can advise the meeting here is that it is not easy to start a mine. If you go and see a mine operating somewhere, look at the years spent for that mine to be as you find it or in operation. So we made an elaborate engagement program whereby we do a lot of meetings, and in our engagement we formed four main liaison committees. That is before the CDACs. We have Likoni because of the jetty, that is Likoni liaison committee. We have Matuga because of the road corridor, which is not currently covered in the CDACs. Why did we form these main liaison committees? They were supposed to act as the interface between the our operations, and the community. Mambo ya mining ni mingi. And without such like order, utakuwa unapigana yako. Now, these liaison committees, beneath them, we have the subcommittees, which are actually targeted to address issues from a specific area, like in Mamba or in and around the mine site. We have communities, we have like 11 villages around us. So these villages form also committees, we call them subcommittees. So currently in total we have 3 main liaison committees, that is Likoni, Samweni, and Matuga. And beneath them, we have 11 subcommittees, and especially around the mine site, because if there are issues pertaining to dust and other issues, then these committees will actually address those issues and also relate the information to Base Titanium and also the government. I don't know why am I? What is happening? Good. The composition of these liaison committees are made of the national government reps, county government, NGOs, community leaders, youth, women, EWBs, and also religious leaders. So in one set of liaison committee, you can find membership to a tune of between 15 and 20. So it's a big committee. And at the same time, we have the authority or the permission to co-opt. And these were actually, this approach was borrowed on the advice from an administrative committee which was formed back in 2003. The terms of reference or the terms of engagement, they act as the interface between the mining operations and the community. And we've actually seen a lot of issues being handled by these committees before they reach to a level where maybe people can actually go to the courts or to the DCC and the like. At the same time, it is based on these liaison committees that eventually the government decided to borrow what we were doing in order to form the CBSCs. We hosted the Senate here so as to learn how we finally be engaging with communities and how our community programs and projects are actually done. Because it is through these liaison committees we were able to do all the projects which I actually be showing you, and through that they came down here and ran and they told us we are just going to change here and there and then come up with these CBSCs. So to us, as basic channel, we don't actually see CBSC as a different continuity of what was there. Because with liaison committees, we had the CDMP, this Community Development Management Plan, which gave birth to the CDS, Community Development Strategy, which will actually give the CDSs watakuwa na work through that. Right now, the current CDSC, they are collecting public information or views in which will actually inform people the projects ambazo wataenda kufanya. So to us, we've actually been living these CDSCs like without calling it your CDSC. The other thing is also the liaison committee. In case of kuna mahali ambapo watu wanahitajika kuhamishwa. Then when CDSC came in, hii ilikuja na sheria ya Mining Act 2016 ambapo regulations ziliweza kupatikana 2017. Now the key membership is just like the liaison committee. National government, county government, leaders, these are the elected leaders, youth, women, EWPs, village elders. We don't see the difference between the composition of the CBSCs and the liaison committees. Because ourselves is not. So what we did is we wrote letters to 10 chiefs or 10 waambie kwamba we want to establish CBSC. We had challenges because this was a new approach. First, the liaison committees walianza kuuliza sisi na tuko and we've been servicing new ways. Why now go this other one like CBSC? Told them, okay, look, we have the new law and we have to comply with it. Sasa ni mpaka to form the CBSC. So we have that challenge where these CBSC is coming from. So we did these letters to the chiefs. Now we call also the chiefs to come and discuss about maybe any other area about the challenge. Some of the areas we are like not thinking these areas should actually be included. If they're able to tell us include this area. And out of that, electing or bringing the community members to come and elect their reps. And as usual, politics cropped in. So because of Likoni and Kwale, we had to do these meetings in the two counties. And the DCCs and the sub-county admins of the respective areas, they assisted us a lot in coming up with the selection and the election of these people. So, 2018, we held an induction of all these members at Jakarta. And that one leaders from Kwale and Mombasa attended, whereby the Ministry of Commissions and the European populations around took through the membership on these 2016 Mining Act and also the regulations. We should actually go forward and or rather start these CDSs. At the same time, while they did the same, in the same month, and on 26th November, the County Commission was able to bring us the final list after a lot of teething problems, because after election, people were saying, well, huyu anatoka sijui sehemu gani, this other member should not actually be a member of CDSC. Kulikuwa na context. Then eventually we were brought the list. That is 2018. Then 19th of November 2018, Mombasa County Commissioner akaleta pia the final. Gazettement. The three CDSCs were gazetted on February 2020 last year. Now, mtaweza kuona the gazette notices of the three CDSCs. Then a little politics zikatropik, but eventually because they were gazetted, tukaona ni kwanza. 2020, as we were just beginning, hapo mwezi wa pili, watatu, corona ikaleta shida. So we were asked by the government to stop the process because of corona. Mwaka huu, January, after like staying like a year, we decided now is like corona will be with us for quite some time. So we would rather start these CDSCs. But just something to note, in between the time we called this meeting in January and that time when corona stopped us, it didn't actually mean that all the projects, community projects stopped. No, we carried on with our team, the community team. All the projects which were discussed and agreed within the liaison committee were actually carried on in different areas. So, January, we called a meeting, Leopard Beach Hotel, and the three CDSCs, plus the national government through the ministry, the provincial administration, county government, wale wengine, we were able to agree tuanze the CDSCs. Is January appointment. Then the membership, by then, they had no office. They were all just members. And they were supposed now to come up with the office, mambo kama hiyo. The issue politics, done politics, zikaingia. So eventually, we were able to get the office bearers. Now, wakili mwakilesho is the CSC chairman, Lugalunga.
Mwanamanga. There's secretary, I know the chairman, Ipole, mlisema wanawake ndio wao na kazi nyingi, lakini ikija kwa vio mnaachia wanaume. Walimpigia Walter Kutz. Alikuwa propose. Sisi wao propose. Na kulazimishwa. Wao walikuwa propose na mwanamke kaduma. The msabuni chairman ndiye ambaye alikuwa propose na nani? Kupingwa. So eventually we got the office. Wakachaguana. Alafu ukaingia sasa that 1%. I tell you, I liked the way you put about this issue of local. Then when we discussed about the content project, I tell you, this country, if we are not able to share a resource, level, we won't be able to share. Hiyo siasa tunaitoa kule juu, tunaileta kwa county, nasikia some county ya Msongweni ndio, if you were here, these guys were fighting. That ambayo kwa mwisho yalikuwa na pull the temperature. Huyu ndio mwisho. And yet, Madini amekuwa na Mungu. So that issue local. And we had to raise a day. Msabweni wanasema ng'ombe iko kweli. Hao wengine ni wape marondo. Wewe unajua marondo? While Likoni, we are saying, mchimbe na yakae huko kwenu. Yasipitoe wapi? Yasipitoe huko. Yes, kama zilivyo mruke. Then Lunga, sisi tulihamishwa huko manake I was also relocated. Tulihamishwa Lunga. Kasema sasa hamwezi kutuletea shida huko. Tutarudisha watu wetu. So everyone felt and they important one. Now, people give and take. Sure, my experience has shown me. Huwa tunapoteza pale pakubwa sana. So that issue ambayo nileta ni ya kweli kabisa. But we should not know when and how to share a resource to produce the value. So one day was wasted, but eventually, Wakai to get 21.75% of the 1%. Likewise, Lunga. And then Msambweni, pahali ambapo ndogo ameanguka 56.5. Waligawana hivyo na wakakubali. Then from there, ikawa sasa, the committee should actually go to the public. It can collect information about what are these projects and also this money is supposed to be spent on. As usual, Likoni wakabie vizuri sana na Luka. Mikutano vizuri, systematic, sawa. But hali ambapo ng'ombe imeanguka, mikutano ikawa 25. Kwa nini? Ni challenge ambazo I know, because we've actually been operating this community docket for all these years. Najua watu wamekuwa hadi na expectations zikawa ziko juu sana. This issue of expectation should actually be addressed. And I want you members of this meeting, as we close tomorrow, mwende mkifikiria. Kama kwenu, umesema Kitui kuna a lot of this stuff. Eventually, when you end up with an investor like Basic Titanium or another. Think about this issue of CBSEs. Now, how to control expectations? Because even with billions and billions of money, if you don't control the expectations of people, utakuwa na appreciation na utakuwa na kitu cha kuonyesha. So the expectations right now are very high. Now, I really sympathize with the CBSE teams. It is not easy to control and manage. What has Basic Titanium been doing? Basic Titanium has a big team in community department. We've actually extended with many other mining companies, which are even bigger than Basic Titanium. You mentioned of mining number. And when I went there, I thought Basic Titanium, kwangu mimi Basic Titanium haikuwa katika ile level ya hapa medium na big boys huko ambao pesa wanataja kwa kusema East African GDP yote na kampuni moja. But when it comes to the number of staff ambao wana deal with community, we were like the number one. Because at times we are close to 70-something people working in different areas. Although, when I talk of 70, ni pamoja na wale cashiers. So, up to date, shule vizuri ulipokuja huko Witi huko shule nyingi umejenga. We have health centers, barabara, vitu vingi sana. In total, on that docket, we spend $500 million kwa mambo kama haya. Livelihood, hii ni mambo ya kusaidia kilimo. We've spent slightly above $1 billion. That's high. Soon, Kwale will actually be getting ideally economic. Courtesy of Basic Titanium, vile ilianzisha hapa vs cooperative society, although the funding will actually be coming from the government. Huwa tunapatana na county governments kwa mambo ya health programs. We've spent 200 million shillings kwa hiyo docket peke yake. Then education, we have scholarship, ambapo 3,000 students as of today wamebenefit. Mtu anatolewa kutoka form 1 mpaka form 4. Wanafunzi. Na kama atapita hapo anachukuliwa tena hapo mpaka amalize university. We spend $500 million shillings. Kwa hiyo are the main areas on which we spend our money. And we hope, now that we are like relinquishing your kids for CBSEs, they will be carrying on with the same programs. Okay, different areas. Especially with this education program, in Kwale, I know one of the questions will be, okay, kama Msaweli nimepata na Lungalunga, how about Matuga and Kinanga? With education program, it covers the 20 wards that Kwale. And we have education subcommittee about we can handle that. Although Msaweli at least kama watapata wanapewa kiasi kidogo kikubwa tu. In Mombasa, we deal with Likoni because that is where we have the jeshi. We don't actually handle the rest of the other sub-counties. But also in Likoni, we cover all the wards zone. So now it is upon the CBSE to decide, are we going to go this road whereby Mazuga and Kinango Italian program, or we'll actually say but we belong to one county, that is Kwale County. And you never know what will happen in future, what God has certainly hidden huko Kinango. Maybe huko ndiko kutakuja kuprove na Madini in future. So if you treated me well when you were in a good position and somehow Mungu amebadilisha the position, si mtakukiri vizuri. Na kama ule treat vibaya, basi unless niwe na moyo mweupe sana, nitakwambia wewe ni wewe. Now, basically, sehemu ambayo inafanya kazi is close to 4,200 acres. And we are just about to finish the area we are licensed. Nacho says, mwezi wa 8 mwaka ujao, that will be the end of it. And without mining, no CDSUs, because it won't actually be funded. And we are busy doing the mining and rehabilitating the area. Because I was born and brought up Apple, initially I thought, where's the mine? Now can rehabilitate the place. Ikawa karibu na vile ilivyokuwa kabla ya kwanza. But it is good. When you take the members, wapeleke group, waone the way the rehabilitation is happening. Most of those people who move from that area want to come back because of what is happening. You totally see, you can actually mine it, return the place to near what it was, and it is habitable. So we are busy doing the rehabilitation as we are mining. Finally, and this is where I think when it comes to another interested parties should actually come in and think about after that day, project, they will reach out time to send kulikuwa na madini, kulikuwa na chimbo. So for us to have this mining, in 2010 to 2013, we had to put a water reservoir, which is 8 million cubic meters. Imagine. Kwa hili itakuwa hapa kwa miaka na unazungana na mikaka. Itakuwa pale. These are a resource ambao inapaswa benefit watu. Kwale, I don't think kama kuna bahari kwenye maji safi kama haya. Yako pamoja. Unapokana lakini aidha kama ina maji mengi kama haya. Ina maji ikiwa ni reality. But this one is 100% in Kwale. When we will be living, tutaacha. What call them? That issue of ecotourism has a project. We have akifisha place mahali ambapo huwa tunaenda kujivinjari. Very beautiful place. And creation here. So staff wa basic time wanaweza kupeleka familia pale, we do some fishing. With good thinking na experienced people, inaweza kufanyika vizuri sana. Then the other one is the camp. Before, in the initial stages in the construction time, it was a mission. Kila mfanyikazi angekuwa anakaa huko ajenge na hata tukimaliza tukae, lakini ukunda ni tamu. Ukunda ni tamu. Pius nilipewa nyumba huko, sikulala hata single day. Kakimbia huko. So what you are seeing there, a camp na inakaa watu wachache sana. Initially it was supposed to house close to 600 people. Kama inakaa watu wengi ni 50. And yet it is free huko. Huko tunakuja tunalipa. But you will get kulipa. So again, this is another resource which will actually be left. Inaweza kusaidia na kufanya mambo mengi sana. Then we have no road to that place. We constructed a road to Bitumen, Samba, hiyo ni land ya 8 kilometers kwenda hapo. Tukaifanya yote. Hiyo barabara sikawa kwa mtu wazima. Then we have the port facility. Pale ambapo tunasafirishia madini yetu, we don't share with any other company. Ni yetu. Meli yetu ikisimama, load, kama hakuna meli, tukae. Na bora pia. So, eventually, facility of that work apart. Then, we have 132 kV line. Kutoka hapa, 14 kilometers, Kisco is for blessed. Kwa sababu ndio vijana. Kama kuna watu ambao kuna kampuni ambayo inapata offer ni Kenya Power. You build, we spend close to 1.7 billion. Kujenga hii power. Lakini immediately wale ukifikisha wakija inspection, it ceases to be yours. Sasa wana connect around what is so. So these 5 projects zinaweza to build what the end product of that place will be. And the post-mining land use. I want to advise the government because after mining, the land reverts to the national government. These are the options, and if you want to do with them, this is what you can do. And it reverts to right now, we are leased by the national government. Right now, because it has the land. Anyway, we'll know when we reach there, but right now we are leased by the national government. So once we are doing that, all these projects or the government. And it is based on this that we can now discuss about ni vitu gani tunaweza kuweka ikasaidia these economy generating activities that after mining, because the mining will actually come to an end at some point. Na nimemalizia. I know you have a lot of questions.
Tumpieni makofi manager wa mahusiano mema na jamii, Bwana Ustawi. Tumepata faida kufikia sasa pale county tumeweza kutengeneza hizo CDSs and also progress has been made in terms of the percentages that each committee will be able to work with. Us to discuss some of the questions that the question number one. The new Mining Act 2016 stipulates that CDSs should be established for implementation of mining development agreements. How best should these CDSs be established? Should one committee be established to cover the whole of Kwale, or should smaller committees be established at sub-county levels? Was it very difficult committee for Kwale County that maybe would be able to even still work with the percentages, with the proportions, different proportions for the different mining communities, or the law doesn't allow that, or the law allows it? If you wanted to advise another county, would we recommend to them to do a one big committee that also does this percentages for different mining communities, depending on your closeness to the mining? Or would we tell them to do what we have done, establish a few, and then extend a hand of generosity to those who are orphans? Which way do we go? How would we advise other people who have come to learn from us? That is question number one. Question number two, based on Mining Act 2016, 3 CDSs have been established in Sambweni, Lungalunga, and Likoni. Out of these three, 2 are based in Kwale County. Given that Matuga and Kinango haven't been considered to form CDSs, how then will Matuga and Kinango be considered for the development projects outside CDSs? To depend on Sambweni and Lungalunga to assist Kinango and Sambweni, you are a sister, you are a brother of Matuga, so take care of your brother. Lungalunga, you are a brother of Kinango, so take care of Kinango. What are we going to do about it? Or are we going to say Sambweni create a small percentage that will go into another pool that will cater for the others? Lungalunga create a small percentage that will go into a pool that will help the others? Or Likoni create a small percentage that will go into a pool that will help the others? Which way for what? And then you've thought about a lot of politics. At what point will this happen? When at the moment we are collecting the priority areas which members are proposing, definitely we're going to get more proposals than the budget that you have. So then, are we not going to have another round of political conflicts where members say, who gave you the authority to give our money to Mazingira in Ango, yet some does SSM have another plan outside CDSs to continue benefiting community programs? Does SSM have another plan outside CDSs to continue benefiting communities? And the question of creating which has been answered, which formula should be used to share the 1% revenue among the 3 committees? Then you agree on 25%, 25%, and 50-something percent. Is that something that you can document? Is it scientific? Can we take it to policy level? Or tomorrow we shall have it different? Concerning the potential of future mining projects to be undertaken within Kwale County, we need to be prudent to continue using the current established CDS, or should new CDS be established? Does the law allow that more than one investor use one committee that has already been established? Or does each investor do their own committees? If in some way sub-county we had 2 mining investments, can they work with one committee, or each one of them establishes their own committee? What are the mechanisms for monitoring and evaluation of the CTA projects? Do we need additional policies to domesticate the CTA at the county level? Maybe can county government of Kwale, through the county assembly, come up with other laws now? Maybe do we take this would be the formula, how you arrive at the 25, 25, 56? Is this something that you can continue pushing it to a level where we have some organized policies at the county? About maybe our policy will also be addressing that. To what extent is Kwale County government and Mazingira working together to make sure we are domesticating these policies? So then we don't, it's not like, yes, way, tomorrow we have a blended approach. Because what we are saying is Kwale County is implementing this, and then we have the potential to contribute to knowledge and experiences that others can benefit from. Do we have mechanisms to address conflicts from the CDSs? If CDSs will be independent and managing their budgets, what are the procurement procedures? Do we have a full office for procurement? Will Mazingira procure on behalf of CDSs, or will CDSs procure by themselves? For example, if the committee was to build the school, what approach does it take to get the contract? Do they advertise for tenders? Do they distribute tenders? Do they have an office? Or Mazingira will do it on behalf of that committee? Now, I think these questions are there with you. So then, I'll allow the microphone to flow this way. We deal with question number 1, and then it goes back with question number 2, then it comes back with question number 3. Or do you want to combine? Just allow you to talk about everything that you have asked. Which way, Professor?
The structured way is the best, but time, I don't know whether.
To deal with all these questions, Professor. So I'm giving you the chance to share the questions and see how we get the answers. Thank you.
I'm now the moderator. Good afternoon. I think first I want to commend the Best Kenya and the Pius for the nice presentation. I think it was very informative and it set the groundwork for us to deliberate on these tough issues. And my initiative, I think this is a good initiative because the questions that you have raised, they are elephant in the house. The big questions. I don't know whether we will be able to provide the answers, but we will try. So we will try to give justice to all these questions because if we go one, I think it will take a lot of time. But we will see how we are going to do it. Maybe I'll talk a little bit and then open the discussion, and then members will be able to chip in where they think they need to add and then tighten the component. So beginning with question number 1, how best should the CDC be established? I think Pius has done a lot of justice in terms of what is the history and what is the foundation. I think the CDCs have a lot of lessons and best practices to borrow from Best Kenya. But I think it will be important for Pius to tell us what mechanisms is Best Kenya having in place to transfer that capacity to the CDCs. Pius. Yes.
Thank you, Professor. One thing, we are just lucky that the composition, and we didn't actually tell people or someone who an agenda to the effect that so and so be elected. But we are lucky that in the current CDC, all the way from Likoni, I remember the chairman, Walter, was a member of the liaison, the Likoni liaison committee. So he has certainly known our culture. He knows our culture. And having 2 or 3 members in the CDCs who had actually been members of the liaison committee, it becomes an advantage. At the same time, it should actually be known that we have 3 members from the license holder, in this case, Best Kenya. So I'm a member of all these 3 CDCs. Colin is my boss. Colin is also a member, and Christy. So in a way, we have that advantage. When it comes to Ustawi, the chairman who is seated next to you was also a member of Ustawi Liaison Committee. In that sense, he was the chairman of a subcommittee known as the culture. So I'm quite happy with that.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. So capacity to transfer, Pius has assured us that we have people who have been in the system, and these people will continue to work with the CABCs. But the question goes further to ask whether do we have one committee for the whole county. Quickly, I will take charge to appoint the different chairs because I've already joined power. And now we are proposing one committee, we use your chairmanship. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor. Members, please allow me, maybe I will mix up to Changanya because of the composition of members present. We want this information to go down to the village. Sasa, the question Professor asked me is about, can we have a county committee concerning this instead of sub-counties? Yes, it's possible, but normally we are guided by the law. First of all, we should know what a community is, the definition of a community. In the regulation, they have defined what a community is. They gave us 3 examples. A community is where the mining takes place, the mine site, 1. 2, the host site, where people were relocated from the mining site to another area that is also defined as a community. Also, another community, it was defined the transportation corridor. That is how we came up with the Likoni. So by putting up one county committee, somehow utafinyilia hii watu wengine. Kwa sababu for this case, if we put one committee of a county, the economy is regarded as the transportation or shipment community. Sasa ukisema ya county, you will leave them out. Secondly, views. We have talked about 1%. I'm coming to a point, Professor. We have talked about 1%. This is shared by the CDCs. But there is another revenue or nyingine which is being remitted by the company, the mining company, to the national government. In that act, it also stipulates how that revenue can be shared up to the county level. It also gives away also to the community level. So you could have also told them, this is 1%, but the law says the company should also deduct 2.5% on their annual revenue and take it to Nairobi. When it reaches to Nairobi, that revenue is being shared 3 times or 3 levels. One, the national government takes 70%, the county government takes 20%, then the community, which has been divided here, takes 10%. Now, Professor, for this case of making a county committee, let's wait for this 2.5% when it equals back to the county, and the county has a share of 20%. Is now we can put up a committee on the county level to take care of the 20% of the 2.5% on the annual revenue. But for this 1%, it's like these are projects being taken to the affected community. For our case, I don't want to say much about Kinango, but let's talk about Machuga. To me, I feel, Professor Ndegela, to me, I feel whoever altered that act on those regulations, somehow walikosea mahali. So my feeling, Machuga is part of the transportation corridor. You cannot reach the corridor before Machuga. Hata ukitumia hewa tu, utapita kwa anga ya Machuga tu. We have also, Professor, you help us, sometimes nakuona kwa magazeti, tunatoa articles nzuri. You help us on this. We have somehow tried to petition the minister. But you know the Kenyan way, how things go. Sometimes it requires a political push. So the people from Machuga convene our moderator. I know you do belong to that constituency. Please talk to the NMP so that he can push the honorable CS, so that the Machuga can be included in these CDCs. Because the regulations on forming the agreement with the company states that the company can enter into multiple agreements if one community feels it has been left out. So the community, if it feels it has been left out, it can petition the minister. And the minister, it can petition the license holder. Then the license holder, within a stipulated time, if it has not taken action on that petition, then the community can petition the cabinet secretary on that matter. So still Machuga, you have a way to petition and be included in the CDCs. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much, Monsieur. But they need to move fast because Pius has already said, we are handing over. There is a road, there is handing over. So if Machuga has to move, it has to find a road down another. Fanya community moja ya kwani. Mwisiwe asante sana. Naitwa Makari Makilosho. Mimi kulingana na guidelines za sheria, kwa sababu hata kuchaguliwa hapa ilingana na sheria, haikuangaliwa tu hivi. Na kama Raifeli Mshenga Kachea amezungumza kwamba kuna priority ambayo inajigawanya kwa national, county na community. Hata hivyo ingine ikija pia individual committee kwa community. Kwa hiyo mimi nasema pale kama mtu amepelekwa mahali sehemu ambayo imehamishwa,
ile sehemu ya komiti yake. Na kwa hivyo mtambo wote kwa mambo saizi iko na ndio hapa nini komiti yake, kwa sababu yule ambaye ametolewa mzigo ndiye ana feel problem. So naona hiyo bakili bali kwa sababu ile kitu tume komiti na shughuli ile, kwa sababu hata pesa tena na kampuni huwa inapata ile nafasi ile jamii ifili kwamba aidha wanachimbwa ama kumehamishwa watu, kuna vitu gani wanakubali watu. So nao wanaoona kampuni watakuwa wana ile kufanya shughuli zao bila migogoro yoyote. Asante bwana profesa.
Asante. Nafikiri ni muhimu pia tuangazie Pius amesema kitu kimoja ambacho dada ningekupa nafasi uongee. Pius amesema kwamba leo ilikuwaje? Leo ni Zamboni kama eneo hili la kupata mafuta. Lakini ninyi mmefungia hii 1%, lakini mnakufungiwa unaelewa na kesho. Lakini sasa ndio tayari nasema kwa mwezi wa 8 aenda zake. Kwa hiyo tunataka tuangalie hapo tuone ni vipi, kwa sababu fikra yangu kidogo inasema kwamba kuna yule anapata hatari moja kwa moja direct, na kuna yule mwingine anapata indirect, hatari indirect. Mtu akiomba pale kwenye baba apate kichocho, alafu aende akaoe kidamu. Sasa kidogo kwa anapeleka kidamu. Alijitoa indirect kule itakuwa amepata. Kwa hiyo hata kama wanaonja wengine wanawaonyesha 1% huko mbele. Wanamanga nimesikia
nafikiri mengi yashazungumzwa, na kimtazamo wangu kuwa na komiti moja, kila jamii na matatizo yake. For instance, mimi natoka Likoni, najua matatizo ya Likoni kwa undani zaidi kuliko matatizo ya Msambweni. Kwa hiyo tutakapokuwa na komiti moja, tuseme mimi ndio chair pale, nitakapokuja Msambweni nitakuwa mgeni kabisa, na nitakapokwenda Likoni nitakuwa mwenyeji. Katika hali ya kutekeleza itanichukua muda, kuna mahali nitapendelea. Kwa hiyo system inayotumiwa na Bezi ya kuwa hizo komiti ni 3, kukihitajika komiti zote zije kwa pamoja katika hali ya kuendeleza miradi ni sawa, lakini kuiunganisha kwa komiti moja kimtazamo huo wa kuwa kutakuwa na upendeleo huku na kule si mwafaka. Shukrani.
Na nimesikia katika sauti hizo 3 zenye ziko na hizo komiti 3 wanataka kubaki pale, wameonja sio? Pengine baadaye kutumia plenary wakasema. Lakini pia ni muhimu usisahau kwamba unaweza kuiboresha hiyo kwa kuifunda. Ile muwe na nimesikia nataka kuongeza kabla niongeze. Nataka kuweka spana nyingine. Nataka kusema je ukiwa na kamati ya county na kamati za sub county, ndio kwa hili swali. Hizo 3 zibaki ama kamati za sub county na kamati kuu. Kamati kuu na hizi ndogo ujiulize swali la dada kwamba ukifanya moja na kuchelewa ndio walikuwa itakuwaje? Kwa sababu akaunti nyingine alafu akaunti analeta sheria zake huko. Ambacho huko anaenda kule anapeleka sheria zake, itakuwa changamoto. Hai. Ni mheshimiwa wa kwanza nilisema na kuongeza kitu lazima. Usisahau hiyo kumta.
Now, thank you, Professor. Right now, we are doing the public participation to get the views from the community so that you can enter into agreement with the company and roll out the process of selling the agreement. But we have challenges for this and the audience. As much as we are talking about having a county committee, but here, you know, the cuts across only 2 wards. The Msambweni CDSC, the jurisdiction has 4 wards, from Ramisi ward to Obato ward. But the blood itself, it cuts across only 2 wards. That's Ramisi and Kinono. If we go down there, the people of Ramisi or the people of Kinono feel that the people from Obato, they are not right to get the benefits from base. If you go to Ramisi, the people of Ramisi feel that the people from Mukunda hakuna kitu wapate. Yani kuna uchuru fulani. Wanasema tulitoa masha. These are the words Professor these people use when we go for the public participation. Why don't you give us the lion's share? And why are you including? Because we have to tell them the jurisdiction of the CAC. Then they ask us, why are you taking our projects to Mukunda or to Diani? Whereas we're the people who gave out our land for mining. You see the challenge of us. Here now we are talking about Palori. But the sub-community level, which has been defined as the community, kati yao pia wanakosana. Wanaona mwingine ni bora wodi hii ina mtambo, wodi next is part. By widening this committee, such challenges, Professor Sakuya. That's why I'm seeing it well. If that's 20% from the 30%, it will be okay to have that county committee, but not this 1%. Imekuwa chini sana katika shida hizi.
Nimekuelewa. Yes.
Profesa, naangalia vile tulivyozungumza Matunga na Kinango. Kwa hiyo formula yake si mbaya, kwa sababu tukisema county level ni gavana yuko pale. Tukisema county level, county commissioner yuko ni wanakamati pale ndani. Na sisi kama CDS tushao CDS ambayo ni government account na national, hatutaweza kwenda mbele, lazima tushauriane. Na swala la Kinango na Matunga inatufidi pia, kwa sababu ni wenzetu, ni wapale wenzetu. Na wakati kama wanakuza kuja pale na kutupatia pia kwamba kulikuwa na hii mwongozo ni huu, si makosa bwana Profesa kuyaangazia hata kama ni kidogo kuelekea sehemu zile kwa hivyo bado shida zile kuwasaidia si makosa kulingana na hali vile zilivyo. Asante.
Sawa, nimekusikia na pia nafikiri kama mmesikiza vizuri, kuna mahali amezungumza akasema hizi basari, hizi scholarships wakipeana wanapeana wote zote 20. Kwa hiyo nafikiri inaweza kuwa mnafikiria hamwapi lakini mnawapa. Kwa hiyo mkichungulia nani mnaweza toa percentage kwamba hata wao wanapata. Sasa hivi ukichungulia hapo ndani wewe uweze kujua ni wanafunzi wangapi wa Matunga kwa mfano ama ni wanafunzi wangapi wa Kinango kwa mfano wao wanapata scholarship, na uweze kucompute zile pesa wanazopata wote wanapata percentage yao. Pengine kuna kitu wanapata, lakini ni muhimu wajue kwamba kuna kitu wanapata ili mbeleni nao wasiwanyime. Na mimi nilikuwa na bahati ya kufanya utafiti kama pesa anajua kwa base Kenya unaitwa health impact assessment. Health impact assessment wakati naanza mwanzo, na ile health impact assessment inagusa hiyo ulisema Matunga, inagusa hiyo transport corridor kwa sababu malori yanapita pale, na paramita moja ile tulipima katika hiyo research ya afya ni blood pressure. Ile lori ni kama ile wanashtuka ni ile ligongo kwa sababu ya represent kule hapo, hata kama nao ni 2%
kuna point tumesisitiza na hii I want to give a guarantee. Yes. We have a preliminary agreement with the best study concerning the scholarship program. Yes. Programs zote za kuhusu elimu ambazo zimeanzwa na best study, now that they will be inherited by the CDCs, we have that common agreement. Hakuna mtu atasimamishwa. Be it from Matunga, Vigurungani, atatoka wapi. Tulikubaliana tutarithi huo mzigo. So sitaki pengine kuwa na picha profesa vile ndio umesema kwamba sasa because Matuga is not the fate of those students who are schooling. No. Their fate is well taken care. Yeah, I want to know that, professor.
Sawa. Nafikiri maswali mawili kwa mtalia tunaenda nayo kwa sababu Blenda ndio kuzungumza sasa hivi tayari. Haya, kuna microphone pale kama hivyo unaona kuna mkono pale kwenye kaki kwenda chini. Pale kando pengine tusikize Blenda inayo nasemaje, pengine kuna wazo kabla tujafunga hapa. Kwa hivyo swali la Matuga Kinango iingizwe limezungumziwa na swala la je ndio na kamati moja tumelizungumzia. Kwa hivyo tupate tu mchango pale kwa pale kando aweze kutuchangia, lakini hilo bado kipelekwa microphone. Swali linafuatia lile la 1% na naona wana Pius amegusagusa, pengine tutajadili kidogo walifanyaje bwana Pius jitayarishe, mbona hawa walipata 56 na wale wakapata 21 na wale wakapata hao wengine walipata sawa, kwani mapato alafu hao wakapata 56 kulifanyikaje? Haya Pius.
Yes, kupitia kwako profesa, nashukuru kupata nafasi hii. Kwa majina ni Mando na mwalimu kutoka Kranze, Sub County ya Kinango. Nimefurahishwa sana na hilo mjadala la mambo na CBA. Kupitia kwa chairman sijui wa committee gani, ningependa sana kufanua hii kipengele chenye amesema the company can enter in multiple agreement. Sababu gani? Sisi ni wale indirect, kama vile mlikuwa mnaongelea kuwa kuna wale direct na wale indirect. Na kusema ukweli hao watu wa base wametutembelea sisi watu wa kwanza, na so far walikuwa wanafanya utafiti na bado tunangoja majibu. So tungependa kukaa tukiwa tumefungua akili ili kama sisi communities tuko huko, maana community wengi pia tujue vile tutaingiliana na wao kupitia nini ambayo kuwa na hizo organization. Asante.
Thank you very much. Pius has inducted the division of the 1% into 56 and 21, you also respond to the multiple issue that was raised by yes.
Do I go straight?
Yes. Umesema unaitwa
Manuel Benedict.
Okay. Emmanuel Benedict. Basically tumekuja banio license. Tukipata license ya kufanya exploration kule tutakuja. Lakini inaomba muelewe hivi kwamba hawa ndio wawe chairman wa CBSE. Ni mradi ambao ulifanya exploration studies, ukajenga, ukaanza kugenerate pesa. Hii 1% unasikia ni kati ya ile. Sasa tutakapokuja kwenu ni kutafiti, si kuchimba. Na katika utafiti huwa ni kuspend pesa, sio unapata nini yoyote. Lakini pia pamoja na hiyo basic tayari ni nzuri, wakati tukija huko ni tunaweza kuanza miradi katika mfuko wetu ambao utakuwa ni voluntary. Lakini hii ya hawa ni lazima tupende usipende. Sasa sio kama vile tulivyokuwa tunafanya tunatoa pesa tutakaje. Hapa ni 1% ile ya juu ndio sisi tuamua, si yenu. Ni sisi tutaki. Ni sisi tumekuja kufanya utafiti na tuko na license. Sasa kama ni kusaidia mambo fulani ni kuongea hivi. Na wenyewe yule kuja hii nyingine ya 1% waligawana namna gani? Profesa vile tulifanya tuliachilia chondo. Tukawaambia tuliambiwa tuone tatu. Maana hizi CBSEs tuliambiwa na serikali kwamba
have to form one in Milioni, one in Saboni, one in Lugalunga. Tuliwaleta hapa hadi Jakaranda tukawaonyesha projection ya pesa vile tunazitarajia mauzo na pesa yao. Sasa kuwaambia chombo ndicho hicho. Wakaanza kuangaliana. Na ndio hapo siku nzima ilikuwa wasted kwa maneno makali. Usiwaona wanakaa sasa hivyo. Ulikuwa mkalifi. Ulikuwa mkalifi. Sasa how they arrive to this? Hata ilibidi wakakukika huko. Mkutano wa mwisho ulifanywa spidi wapi hapo? Hapa lakini tukatoroka. Tukatoroka. Wakaenda wakakaa. Wakaja. Wakaambia this is the formula. Baada ya kuwezi one full day. Lakini kwa sababu imetokana na wao. Sisi tukaikubali.
Okay, maybe you also want to haya, we elaborate ya ongeza kidogo, maana nyinyi nasikia ndio mlikuja na fomu.
Nashukuru nilikuwa mmoja kati ya wale walikuwepo wakati tukapata hiyo mgao, na tulizozana sana mpaka tukafikia point tukataka days watueleze how they have been sharing resources za implementation zao za program to community. Kama wakati kwa formula yao ambayo ilikuwa inapata 17%, Lungalunga pia ilikuwa inapata 17% na Msambweni walikuwa na 51%. Lakini Matunga kukawa na 15% ambayo wanapata kutoka base. But since they are not gazetted, to negotiate amongst the 3 units, Likoni, Lungalunga, and Msambweni. And according to mining regularities, we have to share the resources equitably. So tukaketi tena chini, tukaambiana ndo katika hali ya mazungumzo mpaka tukafikia kwamba based on what base is giving us, since Likoni na Lungalunga zinaoana au zinafanana, tukapata mgao kwa out of the 15%, Likoni na Lungalunga ipate 4.75 each. Na ile itakayobaki kwa sababu ya sharing it equitably tuwape Msambweni, na ndio maana mpaka tukafikia hapo 56.5, 21.75 and 21.75. Hiyo ndio formula tulitumia.
Thank you very much. Mambo mawili muhimu kwa Matunga. Umesikia Pius alisema serikali ilisema utengeze tatu kulingana na act. Alafu dada akasema naye kulingana na regulations gazeti na kitu gazeti. Tunaelewa. Kwa mkitaka kuonja kisheria, hata hivi tunazungumza kikioneana watu wa Lungalunga au watu wa Kidampu na Matunga, na tunajua kwamba hii ni transport corridor, lakini mpaka kufanywe gazeti. Kwamba pesa Matunga pia nayo au mpaka Kidampu pia nayo, kwa hiyo kuna kazi. It is possible, lakini kuna kazi ya kufanya. Lakini nafikiri vile Mheshimiwa Lunga amesema hapa kwamba wale ambao tayari wananufaika wataendelea kunufaika. Nafikiri hilo ni nzuri kwa sababu ni njia moja ya kama tutafanya ile nyingine ya kisheria, lakini at least watu kidogo wanarambaramba kidogo. Kwa hiyo nafikiri hiyo point nafikiri inabaki. Maana sasa kama walizozana sana watazozana tena, alafu wakizozana sijui pesa wafanyaje kwa wakakilia RCS. Kwa hivyo waligawanya hivyo kulingana na maelewano yao wao wenyewe. Elephant in the house. Elephant in the house sasa, going forward, anasema considering the potential of future mining projects undertaken in Kwale. Endelee na CDA. Kwa sababu tutakuwa nao ama Kinamo wamepata ama Matunga nao wamepata mafuta. Mtakiona. Ipo na hii chance hiyo. You are setting the history. Uko future day.
Asante sana Bwana Prof. Sasa ile sheria ambayo ina create hizi CDC nayo inasema kwamba kutegemea na ile community, because tukumbuke kwamba this is a community development agreement. Yote ni za 10 lakini inaishia na community. Kwa hivyo sasa Kinango kukipatikana mafuta ama madini ya aina based titanium ambayo iko kule, wanaweza form CBAC that is related to that company. However, tuseme leo kupatikane mwekezaji mwingine ambaye amepata another mineral ama the same mineral hapa Msambweni. Kwa sababu Msambweni kuna CBAC, and because the community is the same, then the regulations are very clear kwamba more than one company can enter into an agreement with one community. Kwa hiyo sheria ina vipengele vitatu separate. One company, one community. One company, several communities. Several companies, one community. Kwa hivyo, kutegemea na ile community ndio itajulikana kama ile CBAC ambayo iko inatosha ama kama mpaka kuna lazima for a new one to be formed. Kwa hivyo pengine hilo ndio lilikuwa jibu langu. Alafu pia ningechangia katika lile swali la kwanza nitakurudisha kule. Kama one CBAC is good for everybody. Hata katika hizi jamii zetu, in as much as sisi wote ni Wanakwale, kila community iko na unique challenges na unique traditions and needs. Kwa hiyo ukisema kwamba utatumia community moja, pengine unaweza egemea bila kutaka kwa upande mmoja. Kwa hivyo it's better to have more decentralized, kama kufanya evolution ya communities. Ndio wale inaenda to the lowest level of the community na wanaweza kuaddress the unique and special challenges and needs.
Asante. Kuna kizunguzungu hapo sisi nimekisikia. Kampuni moja na community moja. Ama kampuni moja na community nyingi. Mbili na community moja. Yaani one man, one vote, one man. Wale maelezo hapo, lakini kidogo panachanganua, lakini nafikiri ni nafasi bora ambayo kama watu wanataka kuja nafasi kama kuna kampuni nyingine hapa, community nyingine system CBAC ndio huku bezi na ina nyingine mwisho kwa mwezi zote zingepale kwa 56 na 56 sasa zimepitana sio basi wameimu zile gari ya 12. Nataka kwenda swali hilo lingine, na hilo swali hilo la liko moja kwa moja ni kwamba CBAC ya kaunti nzima inakuwa ni changamoto. Kwa hivyo na hilo tunaihusu kwamba kila mahali kunakuwa na bahati Mungu aliwapa wale na bahati yao, sio wale wenzetu wenye wamekuja kutembea kama hapo wanajifunza kuna kizungumkuti hapo, maana yeye na watu wote wafaidike na rasilimali ya mali fulani ama sisi tukipata hiyo wasiji. Mechanisms za monitoring and evaluation CBA project. Kwanza narudisha kwa peers. Hii nilikuwa nafanya kabla usijibu kwa nafikia pesa zetu kabla sio wanafanya alafu anti-gari. Alafu tulikuwa tunamonitor vipi, kwa sababu lazima pia tufahamishe ili sisi tuweze kujua monitoring and evaluation kwa tunaifanya. Yes please.
Project ya West Thailand ilianza mambo ya community projects hata kabla ya kuuza the first grade ya mineral. If you go to Wiji, primary school, ilijengwa kabla ya kuchimbwa madini. Kiroko secondary school, likewise, ilijengwa kabla ya kufanya oil. Kwa hivyo tulianza kujituma katika mambo kama haya kitambo, na tumekuwa tukitumia zaidi ya hiyo 1%. Serikali
bunge limepitisha at least 1%, so we are compliant. Lakini hata tulipokuwa kwamba hakuna hiyo sheria, tulikuwa tunapeana zaidi ya hivyo. Hizo ni hapo tu. Na tulikuwa tunafuatilia namna gani? Zile liaison committees ni organ ambazo ziko very important. Na tuvaile tuna mmenga decision, hatutazivunja. Zitabakia pale pale. Matunga liaison committee will keep on running that liaison committee. Kwa sababu tunajua umuhimu wake. The way the law has structured CDSC haiwezi kuservice a big venture ama investment kama based Jamii. Kwa sababu zile changamoto na ni vizuri kitu kwa mkaanzisha co ama yes, I think the surrounding communities, unless women are still community liaison officers, kuna awareness hii ambao wana collect information kila siku. Utakuta kijiji niendeni wamekuja upepo saa hii unapita upande wao, vumbi inaingia pale. Tumeenda huko, tumechimba, alafu kunakuja mvua. Zinabeba ule mchanga wa juu, unapeleka inaenda kuweka kisima ya watu huko chini. Naweka kama ni takataka huko kama nini. Sasa all this stuff CDSC ina concentrate sana na zile projects kupeleka watu mambo yale mazuri. Lakini liaison committee ndio huwa kama kuna kijiji tumeenda kikakosewa, ndio wanaenda wana-arbitrate, wanaangalia hapa basi mtafanyaje, of which the liaison committee inafanya. Sasa tulipounda CDMP, tulipokuja na hiyo mpango wa community development management plan, kutokana na hizi liaison committee, hapo ndipo kutokea sasa ile mambo ya one time. Tumeagree nursery school ama concept ijengwe Bwiti mwaka huu. Umeijenga na bibi umeijenga to what standard? Sasa tunaenda pale tunafanya handing over, inaangaliwa. Mwanarusi ambaye amekaa pale akapewa chance ya kuonyesha hizo projects zote nyingi sana. Sasa kuna nini yetu ilikuwa mka of these liaison committees. And I hope now with the CDSC na wao watakama na hiyo mechanism yao ya kuhakikisha the community is appreciating of whatever they will be doing, na pia kuna huyo kazi ya endelevu ya kwamba hizi projects zinafanyika na kuna kamati, kuna watu ambao wanakuja wanaangalia kweli hiki kinaenda sawa sawa. Kama ni project ya milioni 20 ni kweli ni wodi lata mambo, si huko kwanza kuletewa mambo mengine.
Asante. Na nafikiri nitaanza na dada hapo. Nasikia basi nilikuwa nafahamu na mnaachiwa hiyo kazi. Je, nitakuwa mnaangalia vipi? Nisikia chama anasema public participation. Hiyo ni mwanzo kama ndio kuanzisha. Wamekubali kujenge shule, sasa hiyo shule angaliaje mpaka iishe mpaka ianze ofa na mipango gani ya kuweza kufuatilia. Sio kama chama ndio haya. Mbele chama
Thank you very much, Professor. Concerning the monitoring and evaluation aspect, the regulations are very clear. It has not limited us from seeking expertise from the government agencies. Watu wengi hatujakatazwa sisi kwamba tumejenga shule tusiite engineer wa county au engineer wa national government, maybe from the public works department, kumwambia sasa now this project is for the community. This is the DQ. Hebu tuambie standard yake imefikia as per the value for money aspect kupatikana. So that's why in our composition of the committee members, unakuta kuna in that membership, the governor, county commissioner, NMCA, NLP, the wisdom why these people are in this community, Professor, is that we can be able to reach to their engineers or the people who have expertise in this project. I think that is the wisdom why the county commission is there, the county government is there. So without sponsoring, there is no way I can look for my brother who is an engineer in task. That task from a friend, can the shule. No. We are going to use the government.
Hiyo iko wazi moja kwa moja kwamba katika membership ya hizi communities kuna watu wenye wana network zao, na kama watazitumia basi hizo network bado itapatia nguvu hizi kamati ziweze kufuatilia zile project zenye wanazifanya. Pengine basi niulize, je, unafikiria kuna haja, pengine nianzie hapo katikati, unafikiria kuna haja ya kuongeza nguvu hizi kamati kwa kutengeneza mkakati ama mwongozo wa kaunti? Bali na hiyo, nafikiria pengine mnataka policy, kama government ieleze policy, iongeze nguvu ama pengine ifafanue mambo. Nafikiri pengine policy ikiongezwa labda itaboresha, kwa sababu wao inabidi sasa wajadiliane kama Madini ya kaunti sehemu zingine zinabidi sijui nasemaje kama hiyo kwa hiyo haki inatosha hiyo bwana katikati ya kwa
mimi kivyangu tunaweza kusema bwana profesa, hata sasa tunatoa hiyo majukumu kwa ile mambo ya CDC hivi sasa ni mwanzo. Bado huwa ina mambo mawili, ego kupigia palipo mbele ama kitendeke kidogo. Kwa hivi sasa hata tu implement na watakao kwa profesa kwa pale na tuangalia kutoka after kama ni watuambia hapa na mambo ya nini wanahitaji wakazo nini na tutakutosha, kwa sababu wale mwezi kusoma kwenye jambo kwa CDS tutakazana kusema sisi wenyewe hapa hili jambo la kweli hadi sababu kwa lugha ni bado ni kweli. Kwa hiyo naomba profesa acha shughuli ianze, alafu wewe kwani kwa na wengine utaomba pia rais wetu kutueleza kwamba inabidi mahali pa fulani kuongezwe nguvu ili kama nini ni vizuri, na kila mmoja wewe faulu wataona matunda ya mining, kwa sababu tunasema ni kweli. Kama ni Mombasa, mambo ya kujapani sasa zinapitia kutoka Nikola ama Mwambeni sana muda kwale hili ndio tu kuongeza nguvu kwa kutuaje ianze kazi iangalie iko in which speed. Asante.
Thank you very much. In other words, committees zinafungua milango kuma initiative na sisi wengine tuliohudhuria wanasema wao watakuwa wazi kama kuna mchango wa kuboresha, maana wao wanaanza hivi wanapewa jukumu na wawesema kwamba tumepewa jukumu na tunalibeba na kichwa sisi waliweza pekee. Wanasema wako tayari kwa ushauri, na pia kama nimesikia chama na hapa amesema wako tayari consult wa wengine watu watapita kwa sasa. Pale mtakuwa na mapengo sasa, ndio mambo ya policy kama yatakuja hapo. Nataka kuongea kidogo hapo, ndio. Najua na kutoa huko.
Katika hili swala la county policies na kwamba mining is not a devolved function, it's a national government function. Kwa hiyo katika kutengeza sheria ama policies katika county level ya functions that are not devolved, it should be within ule mfumo wa sheria ambazo zimetungwa na national government. However, tukiangalia hii sheria specifically ya CBA regulations iko na mashimo mengi sana. Kuna a lot of ambiguities ambayo katika sasa operationalization ya hizi CBC tumekutana na hizo changamoto. Na as we speak, there's an advisory that is being sought na mwongozo. Kwa hivyo ndio tuweze kupata uniformity katika hizi sheria. Sio kila county ikiamka ina legislate vile inavyotaka. It's good to have uniformity. So UMA initiative and all the CSOs that are here, this is a challenge, and the county governments ambazo pia ziko hapa. It's a challenge to us to urge the national government to firm up some of these provisions ambazo ukikuja katika implementation una realize kuna gaps ambazo zinaleta challenges between the company and the communities. So that is an encouragement, and maybe hiyo ni action point kwetu sisi kutokana na huu mkutano.
I love the idea of farming up kwa sababu kuna changamoto humo mapengo tukiyaona tunafunga, lakini sote kwa pamoja nafikiri tuweze kuchangia kuona ni vipi national government itaboresha hata hili swala ambalo tunalijadili kwamba kinango kiwapi hawamu. Sasa ni swala ambalo sheria inasema ile form hii kuingiza inakuwa shida, na ukiangalia kweli hata chama nao amesema malori yanapita na pale Ngombeni pale Matuga pale Kombani, lakini amradi ngo sasa wajua inaleta changamoto. Wale wenyeji wajua wakienuka wakisema wanapitisha wajua inasimamisha mambo mengi, lakini nafikiri ni muhimu kufanya standardize ili mambo yetu yawe sawa. Swali la mwisho naona tumejaribu kabla ya kuuliza swali la mwisho tunaomba umejaribu
Sorry, do we need additional policies to domesticate the CDSs at the county level? If I may be asked, despite the fact that the Mining Act and the Mining Docket, it's under the national government, but if na mimi naona mbali kidogo Professor Kiango yuko kwa CDS peke yake. There at the national level we have the 2.5%. Here already the community has been defined. This is a community. Kule kuna mkate wa community. Sasa bila hizi sheria kurekebishwa haraka iwezekanavyo. The moment that fund will be released and start trickling down here, kutakuwa na lot of ambiguity. Sasa kama hii first launch of the past sheria zimetoka kama nilivyokuambia Madam Michelle, it has a lot of ambiguity. Many gray areas are there. Tutakuta mahali hata hii 1% tunaona tuliteta ndio tufanya hivi. But we have just set the precedent. Lakini hatujui the other group ikijadili it can be reduced. Kwa kweli au likoni ikosekane. Manake koleni. During our negotiations here 1%, in fact we were receiving calls kutoka watu msamweni na kwa jumla na kwa likoni give them only 5%. Na kwa nini kweli? Sasa hii picha ndio tuliona. Nikauliza kwa nini? Yes. Kwani simiti kule na chimbo wanapata nini? Mbona unaona ule shida za fikra zingine. But we behaved as citizens, as patriots. Tukaona hapana hiyo sasa ni maneno ya nchi. I'm afraid if at all these gray areas want to be sanitized well, Professor, that's a kuleta vita ikawa ni kama scenario. This minerals instead of benefiting us, zitakuja sasa kuna division of communities. So if I may be asked, Professor, despite that it's from the national government, but as a county, there's that usaku legislate sisi wenyewe huko. Already that 10% imefika. Hapa kuna shida. Also hapa inasema kwamba membership ililete. But tutakuta kuna grupu wengine like the interfaith or the faith groups, the Muslims, the Christians, they are not included in this committee, Professor. Na ukifika mahali hiyo ndio maswali yesterday we were on the sheds at nyumbani pale Komani. The muungano, you know it. Something that Professor anatoka mahali pamoja kule. Anajua when they set that group, ya walimu wanasema hii group yenu mbona imekaa shetani. Angalia maneno natumia. Hakuna sheria wala hakuna pasa ake Mungu. Tusina kuotoa ni watu wa kusabata dini wanakuuliza swali. Bali tunawaambia it's not our fault. Tulipata hii mimi nilianza kuingia tukapata hii. So such issues, if we can domesticate this one, to that county level, it can take care of such left-outs kama hizo za mashere na hiyo mambo mengine.
Sometimes it is possible through the ministry, the CCs that are there to be very clever. If the CCs to be very clever, because mining is an environmental issue. For example, within there, they can look for something. There are policies that can levels. Because national level is a changes I can see rising.
It draws some fun.
Yes, you are going to draw some span.
Wacha nichukuru Bwana Pius kwanza kwa that elaborate presentation. Now the panelists wamefanya very clear all discussions. We are discussing whether do we need additional legislation at county level, at least to minimize the conflicts that we are foreseeing. And I would say there is no law which is exhaustive in itself, including the Mining Act 2016. That's why we keep on reviewing them, which means before we come to reviewing, there must be opinions that are there. And I want to refer my friends to the mother law, which is the Constitution. If you go to 4th schedule, part 2, where they are found, we had it to refer. It talks about the role of county governments in mobilizing their communities to ensure they will benefit from governance at local level. That's a clause which we can start now spreading out, and it will look like a big hive where we can even form any other regulations. Because it gives the county governments and and other structures, it gives us that leeway to look for ways of organizing your people so that they don't become disadvantaged. Where we are now, we are talking about disadvantaging out of the extractive sector. So it's possible we can formulate. For instance, when I came to my friend Pius, we had our community liaison committees where there are minerals and there are no investors already. So we formed the committees before under that function 14. So if somebody will say, but mine not be involved, but the minerals are within a county. But that's where also we need to also take a firm stand for the people and the people. It is not the county government. I'm not talking about the county government this time. I'm saying the county, the citizens, because the citizens can think around some light. Because why do we wait until we collide to the wall when we are already seeing there can be a challenge? Just think about it.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for those wonderful statements. And maybe I just open them further that laws and policies are a guide to thinking and action. And think. You can be able to do things which everybody would wonder how are you doing it, but you are fought within the law. But still within the law. So the law allows certain things, but you must be very careful to study the law, understand it, and now use it for what you want to do. You can really say, yes, I've done it because look at this. So it is possible, as he says, but it needs some thinking so that we can be able to strengthen this. The last question, which is also related to what we are talking about, is sorting out conflicts. And Pius, I think, basically has been really using liaison committees. Now, will they still allow you to use the liaison committees, or you have to form your own framework? I start with Pius, then I come to the membership. Pius, you are resolving conflicts down there using liaison committees, and now you're handing over this one. Are you also handing over the liaison committees, or you remain with your liaison committees?
Yeah, our wish and our communicated this to the CDSCs is that the current liaison committee, and especially we have as a committee within the liaison committee known as Conflict and Resolution Committee, which has actually been trained to handle grievances. And our wish and prayer is that these committees, subcommittees, should actually be left to handle these issues and maybe in a way report to them what the actions or whatever they handle. Because one, the community knows these people. Those activities affect me. I should actually go and report them to Ryan. Then a meeting will be called. This will be there, and that individual or that aggrieved party will come and elaborate on the issues. And I think this is not a big request to them because they know, as I said, some of them, the members, they were once upon a time also members of the liaison committee. So the changes haraka will affect communities. And I think when I asked the CDSCs, sikuona wakiwa na ugumu wa moyo. Wapata kumeka pesa, sioni wakiwa na shida sana. Manake hapo, we don't spend money on that. Pesa, kitu ambayo tuna spend pesa kwako, hiyo wanaweza kuendelea naye. Then, as we go by, the current liaison committees are supposed to be servicing the project from one elective season to another. Ukifika 2022, election ifanywe, all the members of the liaison committee tunangojea kama mwezi mmoja miwili. When the elections are through, then we go again to the provincial administration, both the national and the county government, they wanafanya election then. And this committee, out of 18 members wa liaison committee, wale ambao wanachaguliwa, either ni watu wawili watatu wanarudi, because it's a competition. And you know, when you are a member of that committee, you start also a chance of knowing a lot of things and like. We go come 2022, end of it, when the national elections are done, then kamati ya CDSC inaweza sasa kuanza find a way of taking on. That is if the project will be going on, because 2022 kama tutakuwa na SNL extension, then itakuwa ni bora kila mtu again.
Sawa, asante. Dada, your final remarks. Kwa tayari unapewa kazi, your final remarks for today. Unapewa kazi nini, basi unapewa kazi unaiweza ama unaiogopa ama unaishabikia, tuambie.
Okay, like it has been said earlier, it is a new process. It is the first CDC in the country. Kwa hiyo, with what we have gathered from public consultations and public participation, we are hoping for the best kwa sababu nguvu yetu yatoka mashinani. Nitaongelea jamii ya Likoni kwa sababu natoka huko. Ground public consultation ilikuwa nzuri na jamii ina imani kubwa na sisi. Kwa hiyo na sisi tuna changamoto ya kuhakikisha kule mbele ile imani iliyoko katika jamii zetu tunaidumisha. Kwa hiyo na imani kutokana na ile nguvu tuliyopata mashinani huko mbele hakutakuwa na tabu nyingi kama tulivyokuwa na wasiwasi hapo nyuma before the implementation and functioning of the CDC. Otherwise, shukran.
Asante sana. Na nafikiri mambo huwa si magumu wakati unahusisha watu, kwa sababu watu ndio wamekutuma unafanya yale ambayo wamekutuma. Kwa hivyo changamoto nafikiri umesema vizuri kabisa, kwamba usiwe na uoga, ni majukumu, umefanya public participation, wamekuambia tufanyie hivi. Sasa wewe kazi yako ni kufanya hivi wenye wamekuambia. Yes, Chairman.
Asante. Mimi kwanza nashukuru nusu lidalo kwamba jana nilikuwa nafanya revision kwa mkutano wangu wa mwisho na stakeholders wa Lunga. Kulita wale ambao ni walimu wastaafu, madaktari, agriculture wafanyakazi wastaafu kama 50. Weka mbele zetu tukazungumza nao. Wale stakeholders waliona raha sana. Walikuwa wanatusikiza waseme hawa mpate wale shughuli. Wanajua usahau ama wataenda tu. Wao kila mtu alisemaje, kumbe mtumia kwa viongozi. Hakutaka kwenda peke yake. Ile shughuli ikifaulu tuko pamoja. Ikifeli tumefeli. Kila nyanja ambayo iko katika within your area. Na kulingana pia na majukumu tuliyoanza kitambo. Tulianza na watu wa international bila Lunga na bisi na wakati tu kupata mafunzo mengi sana. Sasa imani ina kama mitatu na generators kwa hiyo sehemu ile na kama mitatu BCD na kibunia ilikuwa mmoja wao kwa implement. Imani kwa wakati wangu wakati kama ubaya wa zako uko sawa na waelekezi wako bado tumepotea. Hivi Profesa Leta kwa simu yako sana namba yako ni Profesa John. Wana mmoja John. Wanakuza kwa kuza wako ni kwa mtoto tutatumia mali mbele. Sio kama kuna mtozano pale mabadilisho za kukuza kitaifa kila mara kuna kelele. Utaona fanya kazi nzuri hata wananchi pia wataona. Endapo kwa sababu alipo na mambo kutokea kwa fiksi bila tumio kwa nini? Otherwise hii kazi kwa rais kama ikiendelea kitambo utaifanya bila vizuri. Kuhakikisha kwamba ile sehemu ni yenu, endapo kutoka duniani kuna watu watabaki wataelezewa kwamba baba yenu mtu babu yenu alikuwa ameweka hizi. Inakuwa kama mwenendo kwa vizuri. Asanteni, Mungu atubariki.
Asante sana kwa kutufungia na mambo hayo ya kutia moyo. Yes,
Yes, Professor, thank you very much. Mimi umesema je, kazi mko tayari? Yes, kazi tumekubali. However, we have a lot of challenges. Challenge ya kwanza bwana Pius as highlighted ya expectation management. People have a lot of expectation. Hata kama mnataka kuongea kitu mtu wa kiasi na gonga kwamba kuna pesa. Nao hapo unataja base, unaongeza tena unasema miradi ya base tutafanya. Usitaja the new professor expectation sasa inachukua. Lakini professor, since we have decided kuyavulia maji huko, na personally sitaogopa sababu some of us you know us na umejiweka hapa kwa kikaango cha mafuta makali. Umezungukia watu na pia basi kuna miradi itafanywa na permitting members tunakusanya not less than the unit kamtaa tu kadogo watu wanakuwa project kama 32. Imagine hizo project sasa uzilete zikuu ziprioritize mpaka zifika sasa zile utafanya. Kuna watu wengine hapa hawatapata. Na iko community yetu ina ward 4 constituency in Kwale County. Sababu tunajulikana vipi wewe kama daktari, kama mgonjwa anaumwa, wanasema ugonjwa siwezi. Pambana naye. Prepare. However, Pius nataka kuwe wazi na hao not Pius sasa, the best study kwamba this 1% it is by the Mining Act. but still they have a duty to the community in their CSR funds. Ili kwa sababu sahihi profesa na audience hapa, wenzetu wa base ni kama wanaosha mkono. Akigusa anasema ulichukua watu wenu miradi na huko. Hii CSR hauhitaji tena. So tunapata mambo mengi kwamba wale ile we have a duty on the CSR aspect. Thank you, Professor.
Asante sana. Nafikiri pengine tu kupanua ni kwamba Pius pengine kwa nafasi ya mwisho sisi tunakwambia ufunge, ukifunga, lakini pengine uzungumzia hapo mheshimiwa amegusa, kwa sababu hata mimi ufahamu wangu kwamba kuna pesa tatu. Kuna hiyo royalty imezungumzwa, kuna hiyo 1% imezungumzwa, kuna hii ilifungua tena corporate social responsibility. Pengine tutafungia na hapo nikikupatia microphone. Lakini pengine nisikie huku neno la mwisho.
Ningependa tu encourage the 3 CDCs ya Msambweni, Lungalunga na Likoni kwamba kazi ipo, community zetu zinatuangalia. You guys are the linkage between the community and the holder, in this case West Titanium. Kwa hivyo naomba mtekeleze ile majukumu ambayo mmepewa katika ule mfumo wa sheria na katika the best interest of our communities. Asante.
Pius. Neno lako la mwisho, lakini ujibu hilo maswali. Tuna pesa tatu, pesa mbili tumezizungumza, 1% na royalty. Hii CSR ukifunga.
Asante sana. Jambo la kwanza ni kwamba yes, huu mfuko ni ambao ulikuwa CSR ya West Titanium. Na kampuni na nchi ikawa kusimamia, tuseme sheria za nchi zikafanya kwa mwekezaji. Hata kampuni nyingine gani ikaja ya mtu ambaye ana mkono wa korosho ni vipi itabidi atoe. Lakini kuzidisha West Titanium ina moyo wa kuzidisha, lakini CSR tunapo mfuko. Pili, hivi tunavyoongea kuna pesa nyingi sana ambazo ziko Nairobi na hazijateremka hapa. Tulipoanza hii mambo ya CDC, nashukuru kwa wale wameanza kuulizia zile pesa ni mambo ya royalties, ambapo 70% ibaki Nairobi, 20% ije kwa county, 10% ije kwa community. Na ni pesa ambayo inafaa kuja kwenye mifuko kama hii ya CDC, maana sasa tumeweza kuunda ile viaiko ya kuja kuchukua hizo pesa na kuziimplement. La mwisho ni kwamba CDC tumezianzisha. Madini chairman wa Lungalunga na Ustawi. Zile hatua ambazo tunafuata kwa saa hii, ili tuseme kutoka saa hii mpaka awamu yenu iishe, maana mwaka mzima umeliwa na corona, umebakia na miaka miwili. Lakini yale matendo na kazi ambayo mtafanya kati ya saa hii na 2022 ni muhimu sana, sio tu kwa maeneo ambayo ni muhimu sana kwa taifa hili la Kenya. Ukiona hapa kuna kaunti ya Nairobi, kaunti ya Kitui, kaunti imesemekana ya wapi? Turkana. Na utandawazi wamekuja hapa waje waone hii kampuni ya West Titanium na CDC zao
wameziunda namna gani. Wametoka hapa na elimu ile ambayo wametoka nayo. Wao hali ambapo tumeanguka hawataanguka. Watakuja hapa tena, manake projects za kwa hazijaanza mwaka ujao. Waje waangalie mmefanya nini and how are you running these CDSEs. Kama watakuta a very good story, itakuwa ni manufaa kwa Kenya nzima. Kwa hivyo, you have an empty slate, fanyeni kazi nzuri, mkumbukwe miaka na kweli Kwale kulikuwa na kitu fulani kama vile basic Tanzania. Yale mambo ambayo tumefanya, ninaamini miaka 30 ijayo lakini utakuwa na mtoto aseme kweli kuna kampuni ilikuja hapa ikachimba na hiki ndicho ambacho kilibaki, hama maendeleo haya yalitokana na ile kazi. Sasa nazo CDSEs za basic Tanzania zikifanya vizuri, tutakuwa tumeacha a very good landmark na influence kwa Kenya nzima. Asante.
Thank you very much. Asante sana kwa kuwapatia ushauri huo. Ushauri huo utawasaidia. Mimi yangu ni mawili tu ya kufunga tena mafupi. La kwanza ni kwamba kuna pesa zimekwama, umesikia, na katika hizo pesa zimekwama 10% zenu, example za community, kwa za CDC. Kuona ni vipi ndaanza kudai zenu ili iweze kutrigger zile 20 za kaunti na zile zingine iweze kutrigger. Hilo langu moja la kwanza, ombi langu. Ombi langu la pili, kazi yenye nawapea, nimesikia hapa watu wakiongea local content. Nataka kuongeza neno lingine, co-creation. Wakati tunatafuta local content pia, kwa sababu nyinyi committee na tunafanya kazi na jamii, you co-create, muumbe pamoja. Wakati unaumba pamoja na jamii, mambo yanakuwa rahisi, kwa sababu mkikubaliana tunajenga shule. Kwa hivyo ukikubaliana nao wanakuwa na shared power, ukikubaliana nao wanakuwa na shared responsibility, wanafanya maamuzi pamoja, shared decision making na ownership. Shule itakuwa ni yao, kama ni cheo itakuwa ni chao, watakitumia kwa sababu mmeenda nao mkaumba na wao pamoja. Kuwa na cheo lakini kaumba cheo pamoja. Hizi ndizo nimesema mnataka kwa public participation. Ukifanya hivyo, kazi yenu itakuwa rahisi sana. Local content co-creation. Nataka kumshukuru sana yake ya kumoderate. Ni vizuri kuheshimu mwalimu wako. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. You know, if you don't know how to control something, give them let them control themselves. So nitaongeza wapi lazima swali moja, sio swali matatu mawili aende kirudi. Basi wafanye mwenyewe. Asante sana nyote, imekuwa furaha kubwa kwetu kwamba tunaweza kuwa nanyi hapa. Kazi zenu nyingi mmeziacha na session yetu ya afternoon imefaulu sana. It's been very successful. A lot of knowledge that we have gathered from you, experiences that we are documenting, and this is going to contribute a lot to our virtual platform, which we are launching tomorrow, the Exercises Virtual Tours. All this content will be there. We also have a blog. I don't want to preempt this. This is our presentation for tomorrow morning, official launch of the Exercises Virtual Tours platform. And all this content that we have developed here is going to be reserved for future reference. It can be accessed from far in this country and beyond. So thank you very much for being able to join us today. I know very busy people here who have spent the whole day with us. I know people who came and saw us running, putting the banner there, putting that there. They were patient. Some of them thought, oh my God, what's going to happen? But I think now kila kitu kimetulia, tumeanza vizuri, tumecheza ngoma, tumekunywa chai, tumepata mafunzo. Kesho itakuwa siku nyingine, tuje mapema, tutakuwa na official launch ya a very interesting platform which we have built in content. It's a success story for COVID-19, new normal mitigation. It's a success story for something very interesting that we have developed that can help this country and beyond is going to be presented tomorrow morning. Today, we will end here. We'll go out to have our tea to participate and see what will excite you in the exhibition. Is still also around. Can you please use the time now? You're free to go down to enjoy the sand. Big partnerships, whether at personal or at official level, is open. Karibuni sana, asante. Mungu awabariki.
Very visionary. There are things that are very close. Jimmy. Let's take a photo moment. Preferably, yeah. Ama uko chini kutoka pale. Closer to
Haya, ndio haya process.
Haya, asante.
Hands on to what?
baada ya mining watarudi.
Sababu wanaanza